Welcome, Patriots, to Patriot News Broadcasting. Apologies that I had to have the intro and the show separate tonight. I wasn't sure I was going to do a show. I wasn't feeling good, and I was late doing things, and then I decided last minute I was going to do a show. So here we are. God bless you all, and happy birthday to Unequally Chris. Happy birthday, Chris. You're a good man, and you've changed my life, and I hope you've had a really good birthday, my friend. Apologies again about Mark Cook yesterday. I haven't talked to him today. I was supposed to reach out, but I figured I'd give him a little bit of time. I know how complicated life can get when you lose your car and stuff, so I didn't want to rush him. He talked about doing the interview tomorrow. We might. I don't know yet, so that's kind of up in the air at the moment. Don't want to put pressure on him, but it's good to see all of you tonight. I hope you've had a good weekend so far. Got some interesting news all around to jump into today. Stuff for us to try and figure out like we always do here. Posts and more interesting posts, I guess you could say. So that's where we're at. Let's get it started. This I thought was interesting. Tomorrow's the 27th. On July 27th of last year, Donald Trump posted this picture of an EBS warning. Kind of interesting, huh? So I assume some people have this idea that tomorrow might be something. It's pretty interesting, huh? For all the things Trump posts, that one's kind of not very descriptive, I guess. So thought that's kind of interesting. Wanted to show you all. This is my favorite post of the day by far, of course, that Trump posted of Obama getting chased out of the country. So I wanted to start today with Matthew Lohmeyer, the new U.S. Air Force Undersecretary and Space Force Guardian, connects UFOs moving through solid objects to the abilities of angels in the Bible. It's just a really interesting conversation he's having here, and I wanted to play a minute of it for you. So check this out.
Many people who have observed this phenomenon describe it as them having a distinct impression that they were being observed or watched by this entity, this ball, and that it seemed to defy the laws of physics as we understand them. It can move against the wind with relative ease. It can go through solid walls and objects without any disturbance. These balls sometimes show up in rooms. They have shown up in commercial airliners or in passenger cars, and they seem to roll or float down the aisle and look at people and observe what they're doing and thinking, and then just dart back through the wall and go on off. And it's something that's reminiscent of, and this is now me getting back to your question about bases on other planets and things. It seems to be reminiscent of what it seems a spirit body, and I'm talking beings, or resurrected body of the Lord, for example, is described as being capable of doing in the New Testament or in the Old Testament. We have an account in the New Testament where a recently resurrected Lord, who's apparently taken up his body, or a body, appears in a locked room to show himself to his disciples. Well, that's impossible. It is, according to our modern laws of physics, but it's not impossible for a plasma body. It's not impossible for an exceptionally refined matter that we would call spirit, or that we would call immaterial, even if it's not immaterial. And
just kind of an interesting conversation there from your new Air Force Undersecretary, right? Thought you guys might find that interesting. Kind of comparing orbs that people see to the angels of the Bible. So if you're interested, you can find more of that conversation out there. Moving forward, I thought this was an interesting post. It talks about the 20 CIA and FBI agents that confirmed that Barack Obama was behind the Russian collusion hoax. This says he was not the mastermind. Why aren't we talking about who crafted the narrative? It wasn't Brennan. He's stupid. Who really put the narrative together and stitched it with surgical precision? And they leave the initials GSG there. And the only GSG I could, actually find was, no, I'm not going to be able to find it, right? Disappeared on me. Oh, it was global strategy group. That's it. That sounds right. Global strategy group. There's not much I've been able to read about them so far, other than they're like election organizers. It's going to be a new study thing for me to look into, but just wanted to share it with you. Kamala Harris makes a glitchy return, and the guy who opened for her was dressed as a panda. Talk about a shit show. I wanted to show you the beginning of this little Democratic rally they held.
Democrats threw a party today, and no one showed up.
What the is up? Let's go! So some ground rules. I don't think that this will be super necessary because you all seem really cool, smart, and hot. Who the are we? And why are we here in a panda head? I also have had a long-term feud with former presidential candidate Marianne Williamson.
You can't make this shit up. I had somebody dressed in a panda suit for the opening of the event. They've got to be out of their outright minds. Today marks the FBI's 117th anniversary. Through these years, they fought crime, counterterrorism, and screwed over a lot of American people. Thought I'd add that last part. Dan Bongino's got some interesting feelings about the FBI, saying, "I'll never be the same again after learning what I've learned. During my tenure as a deputy director, I have repeatedly relayed to you that things are happening that might not be immediately visible, but they are happening. The director and I are committed to stamping out public corruption and the political weaponization of both law enforcement and intelligence operations. It's a priority for us, but what I have learned in the course of our properly predicated and necessary investigations into these aforementioned matters has shocked me down to my core. We cannot run a republic like this. I'll never be the same after learning what I've learned. We're going to conduct these righteous and proper investigations by the book and in accordance with the law. We're going to get the answers we all deserve. As with any investigation, I cannot predict where it will land, but I can promise you an honest and dignified effort at truth. Not my truth or your truth, but the truth." That's from Dan Bongino. Makes you wonder what he learned that changed his life so horribly. Maybe something like, what happened with the cops in New York and the insurance files. Although I got to admit, it sounds worse than that, given that he probably knew all about those files coming into his job. So Trump, our peacemaker president, I just love it when he does this stuff, got in between Cambodia and Thailand. I've just spoken to the acting prime minister of Thailand, and it was a very good conversation. Thailand, like Cambodia, wants to have an immediate ceasefire and peace. I'm now going to relay that message back to the Prime Minister of Cambodia after speaking to both parties. Ceasefire, peace, and prosperity seems to be a natural. We will soon see. God bless Trump for trying to keep the peace on that international stage. This from U.S. Immigrations and Customs, your ICE experts, ICE themselves. All your exes might live in Texas or Florida, but if they're here illegally, we'll be happy to assist with their deportation. Cheers to that. Ghislaine Maxwell has been granted limited immunity in exchange for cooperating with the Department of Justice. This Obviously not making very many people happy, but what does that entail, I guess, is the question.
Jeffrey Epstein was enormously wealthy. At the time of his death in 2019, he owned a collection of mansions across the world, 2 private islands. He was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Exactly how this disgraced financier managed to become so wealthy is central to the ongoing scandal, and both Republican and Democratic lawmakers on Capitol Hill want answers. Here's CNN's Tom Foreman.
When convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein was found dead behind bars, he owned 2 Caribbean islands, homes around the world in Manhattan, New Mexico, Palm Beach, Paris. And according to Forbes, his estate was valued at $578 million, making Epstein clearly...
All right, they're taking too long to get to the point. Let me play this other video. Just want to talk about her immunity. I know it all ties into good old Jeffrey, but...
We are just learning this hour that Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was granted limited immunity in order to talk with Trump's personal attorney turned Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Now, what did this mean, this limited immunity? Well, it allowed Maxwell to provide information without any fear that anything she said that is truthful can be used against her in the future. Maxwell is, of course, serving a 20-year sentence in connections with Epstein's sex crimes. It is a conviction she's actually in the process of appealing. And after the second day of these unusual meetings between Maxwell and the Trump Department of Justice, Maxwell's attorney just said this about a potential pardon from Trump.
So immunity, and they haven't said anything more about a pardon, and she's not going to get pardoned, but immunity, basically, it just means that whatever she tells them now about the past, it won't be used against her. She's already serving a 20-year sentence as it is, so she's not going anywhere. Israel's military says airdrops of aid will begin in Gaza as the hunger concerns grow. There's horrifying scenes that came out today of starving Palestinians swarming aid trucks, probably why they're switching to airdrops. Let's take a look at this. That's insane. You know, I tried really hard to consider that maybe this situation wasn't really as bad as they're making it out to be, and maybe that's why Trump never talks about it. I've tried to get answers. I've tried to reach out to people. I know I'm missing something. I'm missing a piece to this that I just can't quite understand. I get that Trump has to play ball with Israel right now or make it look like he is or whatever the case, but I don't know. There's got to be something I'm missing there. Talking about this problem here with aid trucks getting swarmed. The question is whether the trucks are actually getting there or not, or how many, because Israel put out this video saying, oh, look, we're sending trucks. So they put out a video of 950 aid trucks in the waiting. Okay, there's still 2 million people in the country, and are those trucks actually being sent into Gaza? I'm not so sure. I know people don't want to talk about Gaza, but I don't really care. There's people dying by the tens of thousands. I don't care if they're Islam or Buddhist or what they are. They're being slaughtered. Anyway, the airdrops are supposed to take over now from Israel.
Also, though, now want to turn our attention to the Middle East. We just want to bring you this breaking news that's just now coming into our newsroom as well. This has to do with aid drops beginning tonight there in Gaza. I want to put this up on your screen as well. This is a live look that we have there in Israel at this point. But this announcement was made today. We do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox.
I don't know. Just don't get it. I don't get it. And then, there's stuff like this put out today. The state of Israel will soon launch a full-scale annexation of the West Bank using military force. We just going to sit back and let that happen? I mean, we got our ass involved in Pakistan and India, Cambodia and Thailand, Ukraine and Russia, and every little too shit of an argument on the face of this earth. But this one, Trump seems to be silent about, and it frustrates the ever-living shit out of me. Why does Israel think they have a right to do this?
Israel says it intends to annex large parts of the occupied West Bank, a territory that decades of failed negotiations said was supposed to make up part of the future state of Palestine. To annex land is to add it to one's own territory by appropriation. But while that's an obvious loss for Palestinians, it might not be so good for Israel either.
Probably not, because the rest of the world's actually saying something. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm not going to pretend like I do either. Don't get it. 11 people were injured and a suspect in custody after random stabbing attacks at a Walmart today.
From reports that a mass stabbing has happened at a Walmart there. So here's what we know at this hour. This is coming from the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office. It says they are investigating a multiple stabbing incident at the Walmart in Traverse City. The suspect is in custody. Details are limited at this time. A PIO is en route to the scene, and details will be posted as they become available. Please avoid the area as the investigation is ongoing. We are also getting some more updates from the FBI as well. Dan Bongino taking to X here and saying FBI personnel are responding to provide any necessary support to the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's.
Not even safe at a Walmart these days. Mass stabbing. As if Walmart's not bad enough. Something has changed with the call sign for President Trump's plane. Since President Trump has been elected, every plane he's been on that I've tracked has not used the call sign Air Force One. It's been just the plane's tail number. This is the first time I've witnessed it being called Air Force One. What has changed, and why are they now using the Air Force One call sign? Is the continuity of government and his time just as commander-in-chief over? And is he now the true president of the United States Republic? Whatever it is, something has changed, and hopefully we'll find out what the change is soon. Any ideas, Patriots? This is from Captain Kyle Patriots. I got to admit, I've not kept up with the call sign of Air Force One, but I didn't know they weren't using that call sign. I know a lot of us keep up with John F. Kennedy Jr.'s airplane, since the tail number still seems to be flying all over the country. This, though, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that, why they would just now suddenly be Air Force One. I don't know what would have changed to cause that. What do you guys think? A state-run virtual meeting this morning, or on Thursday morning, to help decide who would host debates this fall in the New Jersey governor's race had to be ended by organizers after a hacker briefly interrupted it with racist comments and pornographic videos. I think that's kind of funny. Election meeting hack. I don't know. Had to throw that in. Ilhan Omar is demanding that the United States surrender all nuclear weapons. What do you guys say about that?
I rise today to once again call on the United States to join the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and for all of the world's nuclear-armed powers to adopt policies of mutual disarmament and abolition. In a few short weeks, we will mark the 80th anniversary of the only time.
I gotta say, it's a weird day when I find myself agreeing with Ilhan Omar, but we should be getting rid of our nukes. Of course, you know we're not going to do that before the other countries, so... RFK Jr. just launched an all-out war against processed foods, and it's linked to chronic disease. Ultra-processed foods are driving our chronic disease epidemic. We must act boldly to eliminate the root cause of chronic illness and improve the health of our food supply. Defining ultra-processed foods with a clear, uniform standard will empower us even more to make America healthy again. The D.C. District Court judge ruled that President Trump can continue dismantling USAID. Will you take a look at this?
Yeah, another massive victory. A D.C. District Court judge sided with the Trump administration, with President Trump and his team, on the continued dismantling of USAID, this grift that the D.C. Uniparty has it's basically the D.C. elite's party planners. They sell it to the American people, USAID to the American people, like they're curing malaria in Africa. And really, it's a money laundering operation for the Democrat and really the Uniparty elite in D.C. So what Judge Carl Nichols said was that what we've been saying on your show for a long time with you and me and Julie Kelly and many others, that's the proper recourse for people who were fired from the federal government is to go to the Merit Systems Protection Board. The proper recourse for contractors who were fired from the federal government is to go to the Court of Federal Claims. The USAID was created by executive order. There are parts of it that have been funded by statute, but the
funded by people like you and laundered by people like them, not for much longer. This is interesting. You know that they said that Ghislaine Maxwell gave up 100 names, right? And Maxwell's attorney says in 2008, when Epstein was granted a sweetheart deal, the government promised him that no other co-conspirators would be prosecuted. And yet when Donald Trump was elected, they were. They say that's one reason to trust Trump. I think this names thing's another good reason. This is interesting because Trump turned around and talked about this, and then somebody linked it up with this Q post, which is a list of 100 names.
Well, I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to say is that Todd is a great attorney, but you ought to be speaking about Larry Summers. You ought to be speaking about some of his friends that are hedge fund guys. They're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Well, there's Larry Summers right in the middle there. List of 100 names. Could these be the 100 names given up by Ghislaine Maxwell? Got a long list there. Steven Spielberg, Steven Tyler, Adam Lang. Lots of people. The former Prime Minister of Israel. Gee, go figure. Will Smith, Woody Allen. Anyway, people wonder, could that be the 100 names? Could be. A plane emergency. Landing gear of an American Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8 caught fire at the Denver airport, prompting an emergency evacuation of passengers earlier. There's no audio with that, but, you know, usual news video today. People running and screaming, running and screaming. In Turkey, massive wildfires erupted and forced evacuations and forced the shutting down of a major highway as the flames began to reach homes. Seems like the world's on fire, doesn't it? Or flooding. It's either flooding or on fire, depends on where you're at. In Iran, a terrorist attack was reported. At least 8 people have been reported killed in that attack.
امروز ساعت 8:30 یک تیم تروریستی وابسته به صهیونیست با پوشش ارباب رجوع قصد ورود به دادگستری سیستان و بلوچستان زاهدان رو داشت که با هوشیاری عوامل انتظامی حاضر در صحنه و درگیری که ایجاد شد خوشبختانه احدی از این تروریست‌ها در محل.
And that was a look at the terrorist attack in Iran today. We'll keep moving forward. The FBI was investigating 36 young girls Epstein raped and trafficked until Epstein agreed to rat out Wall Street hedge fund execs for laundering money. Then the feds agreed to bury the federal charges. Here, the FBI admits Epstein is their informant. So, he rats out Wall Street hedge fund execs, and these 36 young girls that got raped, they got forgotten about. Trump said he will give them a list of Jeffrey Epstein associates. This was yesterday at some point. Will Trump hand over some kind of list? Seems like he's getting there. This is an old transcript of somebody from court. They're asking about Trump being seen with Epstein. Not really important. The plan to have the Fed raise rates, a steep incline beginning March 2019, in an effort to kill the economy prior to 2020 election is known and planned for. Structure change coming. Federal Reserve ending. That's what it looks like by these Q posts. Either way, the point they're making is it's a structured decline. Everything you're seeing right now is structured, though. As Trump talks about fixing the homeless problem, I thought I'd point this out, that Finland has largely eradicated homelessness with the exact same programs, Housing First programs, which provide individuals with permanent apartments and mental health support with no conditions. As a result, 80% of participants successfully reintegrated into society, securing jobs, housing, sobriety, and peace. I think we can do the same here. A new poll shows that most people aren't happy with Democrats. Congressional Democrat job approval, 72% disapprove of how the Democrats are doing in Congress. I'm surprised it's not higher, honestly. Moving forward. This is an interesting flashback here. This was from 2020, where Trump said the media blaming him for COVID is a hoax, and it is a continuation of the Russia hoax and impeachment hoax. It's all connected. It's one giant regime change operation. COVID was a continuation after Mueller failed. COVID was the last resort if they were unable to remove Trump via the Mueller impeachment. Could that be? It sure sounds like it. And let's hear what Trump said exactly right there, and then I'll come back to this stuff.
You said the other day in the cabinet room with African-American leaders, you've got to get away from politics. You were down in Charleston last night using the word hoax when talking about Democrats. Somebody now is dead from this. Do you regret that kind of talk?
No. Hoax referring to the action that they take to try and pin this on somebody because we've done such a good job. The hoax is on them. I'm not talking about what's happening here. I'm talking what they're doing. That's the hoax. That's just a continuation of the hoax, whether it's the impeachment hoax or the Russia hoax. This is what I'm talking about. Certainly not referring to this. How could anybody refer to this as?
So does he mean the hoax of them making it look like he's responsible, or I don't know how that could be because it had just begun at that point, so it wouldn't really make sense, but moving forward. What was in the JFK files? A bunch of info about CIA and how they conduct covert operations, regime change operations. What are we witnessing now? One giant continuous regime change operation against Trump. He released the JFK files for a reason. We have the playbook. We have proof that the CIA will release biological agents which would appear to be of natural origin. The CIA can and will release bioweapons and then obfuscate their involvement and make it appear natural as part of regime change operations. Now take a look at COVID. We just did that. Pretty sick, huh? Another flashback to Ukraine, 2005, Senator Obama inspecting abandoned biological facilities in Ukraine that would eventually be turned into U.S.-funded facilities via the DTRA. USAID began the research into Ukraine in 2014 during Obama's presidency. You can see how Obama connects to Ukraine. It's all connected. And a post from Trump. I'm looking at the large amount of money owed by the Democrats after the presidential election and the fact that they admit to paying, probably illegally, $11 million to Beyonce for an endorsement, $3 million for expenses to Oprah, $600,000 to Al Sharpton, and others for doing nothing. These ridiculous fees were incorrectly stated in the books and records. You're not allowed to pay for an endorsement. It's totally illegal to do so. So, seems like he's going back after some politicians over that interesting situation. And that, my friends and patriots, is the news today. Now we're going to do what we always do and see what's going on in the patriot world. We got a couple things we're going to look at tonight, including a little movie that I think you'll find interesting. It was made in 2020, but it's pretty detailed about all the stuff that's getting talked about now with Obamagate, basically. So, but I think first we're going to watch Ricardo Bosi and Captain Kyle. You all know how much I love Lieutenant Colonel Bosi and how much of a fan I am of Captain Kyle. So I think this will be a great interview, and that's where we're going to start. There's a lot of good stuff out there, Patriots, so I hope you stick around, and I'll be in the chat with you. God bless you. And remember, we're a non-monetized channel. We make no profit off of this content. It's about sharing information.
24 is the final battle. They're going after Trump, but if they can get Trump, it means they can get you, they can get me, they can get all of us.
I'm going to fast forward if you don't mind.
Ricardo Bosi, how are you, sir?
Absolutely outstanding. Thanks, Captain. Thanks for having me. Hi, Kelly. How are we doing? I hope you're all well.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody.
Well, you know, it's we're doing it from my truck, and I wonder why, because my neighborhood is tore up even more so today. My studio is out of service completely. They cut our water off. We don't have internet. We got power, but even that, if they shut that off, I'd still have it because I can turn it on. But still, that's ridiculous. It's actually crazy. I sent Kelly some pictures earlier today, and it's like, God, it's ridiculous. So it's just one of those things we got to do. So, you know, we decided to move the studio into my truck. I've got my laptop. Well, we may run out of light, but who knows? And, you know, the funny thing is that as soon as about 30 minutes ago, it was like, oh, my God, the rain is about to come. And it is torrential storm outside right now. And I had to move undercover, so it's not where I'm normally at. Because if I was, it would be so loud in here you could not hear because the rain is just pouring down outside right now. And so, you know, it is what it is, and we're just going to continue on. And with that, we're going to pray, and we're going to just believe that God is still going to do something wonderful here tonight. So here we go. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Lord, I just continually ask that you pour out your discernment upon everyone around the world. Father, we just thank you for your love, your peace, your patience with all of us. And thank you so much for allowing us to participate in this movement in which you've got, that it is all you, and we know it is you. And Father, we thank you for it. We thank you for your intervention. And we know that it's going to be your hand that moves, that brings peace across everywhere, and that we know that it is you, because no man will be worshiped in this. And we thank you for it. We know that you are using men to promote your will and to do your will, but it is your will and it is your hand that will move, that we will all know that it is you. And Father, we thank you for it. We praise you, and we ask for a hedge of protection around this call, everyone that is on this call. And Father, we thank you for it, and that you bring the peace that passes all understanding through all things. And Father, we thank you for it. We praise you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right. So what do we got? What's going on down there? And Mr.
I was just thinking of your situation there, Captain, because I'm reminded of that scene in the movie, that brilliant movie, and I know you love it too, Evan Almighty, where God, being played by Morgan Freeman, says to the main character, just know that whatever I do because I love you. And the sprinkler turns on his face and he says, God, please love me a little bit less.
Yes, it's like we asked, bring the rain, and there's the rain, and it is coming too.
Yeah, and it's I mean, we all face these problems. I mean, I get it every day. Big things, little things. You plan a fantastic show, and all of a sudden everything just turns to custard. And I get reminded every time that it's because there is a plan. Everything is perfect. God doesn't miss a trick. Everything that happens is exquisitely right, no matter how intensely irritating it is or catastrophic it might appear to be. It's all part of what we have to put up with. So there you go. I've got to that point now. I still spit the dummy every so often, but then I hear JC saying, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. It is exactly what it's supposed to be. So whatever you got. So
that's
deal
right.
with it. And so there you go. So anyway, so in Australia, what's happening here? It's interesting. It's really interesting. We're not quite paralleling events in the US yet because, and you'll talk about that shortly with Obama, and that's fantastic news, and Tulsi Gabbard, and et cetera, et cetera. We're not quite paralleling it yet because we know that it has to be established in the US, and then the downstream revelations will come in time. But what is happening here, and it's accelerating and getting louder, is particularly crimes against children and pedophilia. Now, normally, police, politicians, and big names that are guilty or at least have been charged, their names would be suppressed. There would be very minimal coverage, and there'd be certainly no names mentioned. Let's say a person of no description was charged. Not anymore. They're no longer protecting their own, which should be a big signal to the Masonic filth and the ladies from the Eastern Star, which is the female version of that thing in Oz. They are no longer in charge. The protection is gone. Names are being named. Bail is being given, and normally they sort of protect it really quietly. But no, these guys are guilty. There's a copper. What's his name? Gareth Ward, former MP, assaulted 2 young boys. This is some years back, not too many years back, but a couple of years back. And they easily suppress the names. No, he's facing 14 years jail, and normally you don't get bail for violent offenders. You've got to make an appeal to the Supreme Court for that, the state Supreme Court. But he got bail, and he's out on the street, which is, I think, designed to make him vulnerable and also get the population angry. And it's working a treat because this is happening more and more and more. So we're not quite at the level of exciting news that you're getting out of the US. But for those who are paying attention, it is increasingly clear that white hats are calling the shots down here and slowly allowing the people to start to get a bit crankier and crankier every day.
Yeah, it's funny because how they're systematically rolling out different parts of this and then pulling back and then pushing forward and then pulling back is actually manufacturing the consent of the governed, the people, and they're the ones calling for, just like you and I talked about many times in the past, that people have to actually say enough is enough, have their voices begin to be heard, and stand on specific issues that they're just not going to deal with anymore. And that's what's happening right now. And, it's funny because, they're going after Obama and all roads lead to Obama. But in reality, who is that placed Obama into that position? Everybody has their own puppet master, right? And so those individuals, the CIA, the Bush Senior, those are the individuals that actually manufactured the Obama to begin with, was there from the start, and are part of the deep state puppetry that mastered these things. And that is how you begin to expose the different levels of the corruption that's been in place for, at least 70 years going back, and how it plays into the people being able to start to witness how these things have all manufactured, become what they are today, right? And even with the Obama part of that and how they're playing it, now they're also going after the mainstream media and how they were complicit and compliant behind it, and how they push those narratives. And they're going to systematically also get caught up in the indictments and the collusion of what's about to come about for all of these individuals. And so, where we talked about the mainstream media is going to have to begin to fall on their own sword, this is the time in which they're going to have to begin to fall on their own sword. Just like the other day when Tulsi Gabbard and they were in the White House talking about this, and basically, told the mainstream media, those that were even in the room, they got Pulitzers, should all have that taken away, because this information, and look, this is information, this is just the tip of the iceberg in which we've put out there, and so much more is going to come. And you guys pushed this and knew the difference between what was and was not, and you pushed it anyway. So how much of this were you in collusion of, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the sequencing is really important, because a lot of people have been speculating, the first arrest will shock the world, and et cetera. And that's true, but it's going to be exquisitely sequenced. And it's clear why, for example, those who weren't paying attention, why the Epstein names aren't out, because that's not germane to this phase of the op. There's a legal basis to this, because if they can get the top guy, which they've got, this is Obama, and we know that Obama couldn't find a can of beer in a brewery. There's somebody, he's just being played, but he signed the document. That's what they need. They always need the legal authorization for all of this to happen. It's not just the Wild West where you can do what you want to. No, they follow a sequence. Now, why does Obama have to go first? Why is Hillary Clinton and Uber Aberdeen and all their nastiness being revealed? My guess is this: first of all, they've got to hit the kingpin, the alleged kingpin, the guy in charge, bring that down, and so then everything beneath that individual starts to collapse. But this is the legal, lawful, constitutional evidence before the people. When that has started to play out a bit better, then only then will the more horrific aspects, and this will take some time, but the more horrific aspects will be revealed, because to my mind, it is so degrading, so depraved, so unforgivable, that things like stolen elections and treason, whilst critical in the emotional state of the people, will take second place to this horrendous thing that's following. So my guess is they can't afford to have Clinton and Aberdeen and their nonsense and all the other stuff. That's going to come out later. That'll really turn the stomachs of not just the US, but the entire world. Evergreen, the lot. And so this technical, this dry issue of treason and the rest of it, stolen elections, has always been had to be dealt with first. It's one of the early objectives to achieve. And after that, then it can get really messy. And that's where the people will put their foot down and say, that's it, Donald Trump, we've had a gutful. You need to act now. You're the commander-in-chief. Act like a commander-in-chief, because we've had enough. And that's I think that's the way the sequencing will occur.
So, yes. And where I talked about manufacturing consent, right? All right. So how do we get the potentiality of the military to step in and actually exercise the control that they already have, because we are under martial law, we have been, but actually to where they can
we know that.
Move into the public arena that because of it, because they're in complete control of everything. And in that vein, so to speak, then, you know, the people, they were supposed to be basically rioting a lot more than what they are, but they know that the technology's there, that they are definitely afraid right now that they're going to get caught if they go out there in the public. And so there has been a handful of, you know, stupidity. But as far as the mass rioting and things that they expected, they're just terrified to do it because they know that it's not going to be tolerated. So what's going to take place so that they can actually get to the point where they push that to the extreme and then go for it? I believe that Obama, the arrest of Obama publicly, well, what did they do to George Floyd, right? And that kind of scenario. And how do you think that that's going to play out when that actually happens? And, you know, to a lot of individuals, he was like their superstar. I mean, he was their Martin Luther, so to speak, right? And then they go after him. Well, it has to be done in a lawful manner. And this is why it's being done the way that it is. So that Trump is not a part of the actual arresting and the indictment part of this, right? And because it has to look like, even with the Epstein stuff, that he's not using or weaponizing the federal government to go after these people, right? And so that's why he's flip-flopped back and forth. That's why he's done some of the things he's done. And you have to manufacture, so to speak, the governance of the people to push for it. So it's like, okay, this is what they want. This is what I have to do. And then push it in that avenue, right? And so, you know, it's funny because this is where we're headed and this is what's going to take place and how it's all going to, you know, kind of come to a head, so to speak. We don't really know exactly, but we can kind of potentially, you know, basically see how it's kind of setting itself up for what needs to take place and how it's going to. There's always going to be the curveball that gets thrown in there by whatever. It's just like right now how the, you know, the world stage is even setting itself back up for the potentiality of nuclear weaponry as far as back out on the stage. The United States just transferred their nuclear weapons back over to the UK and so on and so forth. Why did they remove them to begin with? Because the Cold War had settled down. They didn't want them over there. They brought them back to the United States for storage where they were more secure, so to speak, whatever. And now they're pushing them back overseas again, putting them back over where they're out there on the front line, so to speak. And we're going to come back to this nuclear potential standoff, but everyone's thinking that it's going to be potentially Russia. I don't think personally it's going to be Russia. I think it's going to be either China or North Korea in that standoff potentially, and how it's going to play out. But this is kind of the scenario that is being played out because there's a guy going to come on the scene here before much longer. And he's going to basically spill the beans on the whole 9/11 thing. He's got the goods on basically, it's a Kurt Weldon. He's from Pennsylvania. He knows it all. He's been involved in it all. 9/11. He was involved with the, after the fall of Russia, they had 200 nukes that came up missing on the black market. CIA and the State Department and those individuals bought a lot of that kind of stuff, and they moved them to Iraq and Iran. And so basically they were there. That's what we bombed, was those weapons that they had there, to over 200 of them. They were, 50, 60 years old, but the capabilities of them had degraded. They were trying to fix them, put new technologies in. They had white hats that were there and basically had been sabotaging their efforts this whole time. That's where they got the intricate layout of what the facilities look like, how it was underground, so on and so forth. And not one person was actually killed in that the event. Nobody. They didn't claim a death one, right? Why? because they were all removed from the sites because they knew it was coming. They knew that we were going to tear and get rid of it all. And that's exactly what we did. And he's going to come out and he's going to blow the whistle on all this stuff. And the deep state is going to they're going to hammer this guy hardcore and try to make him like he's, been a part of Russia because he had back channels with Russia, so to speak. And Putin's going to actually try to bring him in on talking about the disappearance of the weapons and so on and so forth. And they're going to try to discredit him, put his stuff on his computer, go after his family, the whole 9 yards, right? Same playbook that they always do, right? But the situation is his name is in all of the documents of all of the freaking, investigations going back all the way. And even, they had Uranium One with State Department stuff where they were trying to set them up and basically set up Russia. So all this is about to come out. And these whistleblowers that are about to come out are going to blow the freaking whistle off things. And I mean, they're going to blow the top off everything.
Yeah, they will. And what we're looking at is a controlled demolition, a sequenced controlled demolition. You can imagine, a dozen buildings, and they've got to come down the right speed at the right time, in the right order. Michael Jaco made a great point a couple of days ago about the Barack Obama issue, that in bringing someone down, depending on the result you want, you deflate their support. And he said, Barack Obama, 80% support, bloody brilliant. And if you attack him at his strongest, you're going to cop a lot of resistance, and you won't necessarily get the psychological movement you want of the people. And so in deflating Barack Obama, the image, not the man, we know what's behind it. We get that. But in deflating that image, his support will drop to 20%. And so when things happen, there won't be a big pushback. Because what I'm looking for in this sequencing of events is what's going to get the people agitated to the point where, as you quite rightly say, they're afraid to move. But what's going to get them over that line? Now, it's not going to be a fine point, no matter how important it is. The treason won't do it. It's just, that's not an emotive issue. It is for some, for people like you and Kelly, it's very emotive because we understand the implications. This is treason. I'll do it myself as a community service here in Australia. I'll put a bullet through anybody's head who does it. But for most people, it's a technical thing. So I'm looking for what's going to do it. So we've got this controlled demolition of a range of issues, so they deflate the people's belief progressively in a range of areas that aren't actually going to cross that line. Because what we're watching, what we're witnessing, both here in Australia certainly, and even in the US to a degree, is we've seen the failure of our elected representatives. They are failing to represent us, and we know why. They never did represent us. It's a criminal cartel, and they're just small players in this criminal cartel. But there's this expectation that they would serve us. They don't. The next failure has been the failure of the people to stand up in sufficient numbers at the right time. Now, we've had sporadic movement around the planet. Brazil was very early to the piece, so early at the White Hats, I think, had to hose them down because they were a little bit too soon. Australia, we had our moment, which was beautifully timed, exactly right. We shut down the COVID issues to a degree, but then everybody went back to sleep because they were only focusing on COVID. But the people have failed to actually stand up for themselves, and that's what every event I'm watching now. I'm looking for they're deflating support for certain things. I don't think even 9/11 is going to do it. People go, well, yeah, we know that. That's why so much has been leaked. So what hasn't been leaked? And I get back to the depravity of the child sex trafficking and the satanic ritual abuse and the adrenochrome production. People are aware of it. But I think that's the one that's going to do it. So they're going to deflate this controlled demolition of global systems, not just issues, but entire systems have to be demolished slowly, controlled, and replaced, as we know. But there has to be something, and this comes back to my point that I said earlier. At some point, the people have to step up and say, you're the commander-in-chief, please act. Now, you in the US, due to the foresight of your founding fathers, established this parallel chain of command between commander-in-chief and the presidency, which Derek Johnson has described quite well, and how the commander-in-chief and the military supersede the other because they were there first. They just were. And what this is an opportunity for the world to see, and certainly in Australia, I'm trying to get the message out there. This is the sort of system we want. This is why we want a constitutional republic. Because we have people saying, "Oh, our constitution's excellent." Well, it's not. It's okay, but it's not excellent, not by a long shot. We've got all the mechanisms in place, but they've never been used because it's been controlled by crooks. But this acknowledgement by the people that if your representatives don't do the job, then we have to stand up. And for whatever reason, if the people don't stand up, and they haven't, not effectively, sporadically, yes, but not effectively to communicate their displeasure, when they eventually do stand up, upon whom can they rely? And the answer is the commander-in-chief. And that's why this constitutional republic, the model of which your founding fathers brilliantly cobbled together 249 years ago, is the measure by which the rest of the planet should be assessing their own governance. And certainly in Oz, that's what we're doing. That's why I keep telling people, read the US, the political philosophy, the American founding, all those documents are the Federalist Papers. Read it. It's hard work. I've got it. But they have trod the path. And you don't want to take the advice of a guide that's never actually walked that particular valley. Well, the US has. And that's why I am so insistent to the Australia One people that we study, read and learn as well as we can the path that the Americans have trod. And that's what we need to do. And it's really critical. And I said on an interview the other day, every country on the planet should be looking at this. Every country. Because we're going to follow the same process. Either we're slaves or we're not. And the only tried and true constitution is the United States Constitution. That's it. Now, yes, it's been abused, and yes, it's been run roughshod over by crooks, and we get it. But the representatives have to do it, then we have to do it. And if we don't, we need the commander-in-chief with the capacity to step in and say, it's now. Now we're going to act. And we're getting very close because the people are suffering. They really are. They've been suffering. They're patiently suffering all of this, knowing that they have to stand up, but they can't. But in Oz, we've got nobody that can step up for us because our Governor General won't. Has the power to, but won't.
So, I think that,
so this is
Trump has changed a little bit of his narrative to the people. Kelly sent me something yesterday asking me about it. And basically, Kelly, can you find that real quick and then share screen it, please? I can't do it because I'm on my laptop and it won't work, but you can if you have the ability.
Yeah, let me check that. Hold on.
And so the situation is that when you listen to what he says, it's more that it's important to survive so that you can basically live to fight another day, but it's going to be worth it when we get on the other side. It's kind of like he's preparing us for the shitstorm that's about to happen because, everything that he always usually talks about is either the corruption of somebody or the thing that needs to be fixed or whatever, but he does it in a positive manner and how it's going to be attacked or whatever. But this was kind of directed to the people and that it was the way it was said is like, you just need to survive this. Just survive it. Because once we get to the other side, it's going to thrive, right? It's going to be worth it. And I've said that forever, that no matter what anybody goes through, when we get to the other side, it will be more than worth everything that you actually went through, suffered, or lost because of what it's going to be like on the other side. But it's hard to have that perception if you don't know that it's really, truly going to change, right? And how much it's going to change. Well, it's 180-degree opposite of where everything is now, but nobody has a real true perception of that because it's never been, not in any of our lifetimes. It's always been a false sense of freedom, a false sense of reality, a false sense of, financial control in your own life, which you have none. You just think you do. And, it's even like right now where they're talking, about the financial thing. But this is all being set up, like we were discussing right now, systematically with all these things. And it's also setting up the financial system because the financial system, there's two variables to that. There's a financial system that's actually out there in the public space, but there's also a financial system that is a part of the deep state control that nobody has any knowledge of whatsoever and how it operates. And that's a little bit about the ghost banking and stuff like that that goes on that nobody's really aware of. And that this is all going to, everything is being set up to where this is being exposed, this is being exposed, this is being exposed. The COVID is being exposed. The Epstein is being exposed. The blackmail is going to come into play. The financial control is going to come into play. And all these things are being set up so that they're all headed to a collision course of crashing head on with each other. And when it does, it's going to bring exposure to absolutely everything. And, you know, it's kind of like right now, you know, this with Howard Lutnick, right? Does anybody know that Howard Lutnick actually was the guy that lived right next door to Epstein? Actually did the monies and the finances for him through Israel? And he's the Secretary of Commerce.
Yes, I read that.
Money. And he's actually right now under investigation by the FBI for that very thing. But this was all a setup because they set him up because they were trying to use that information to blackmail Trump because there's things within the Epstein information that they were trying to use that to blackmail Trump and to try to control him, but it was a setup to expose him, to a setup to expose all of the other end of that blackmail ring and the financial players that are involved in it, because it's going to tie back to the Israel, it's going to tie back to these corporations, the financing of human trafficking, and lead into the adrenochrome information. All this stuff is culminating and is going to be headed into a freaking crash course straight into each other. And, you know, there's another thing with Pam Bondi and with, what's her face? The lady that's the
Tulsi?
No, the one that's the lady that's like right there next to the president. The boss lady.
Oh, Susie Wiles.
Yes. Well, they actually have an advisory company that they both do. And guess who is their number one customer? Pfizer. Right now, even right this minute. They both are on their company. They're advising Pfizer. This is going to come back and it's going to blow up that the Department of Justice, the actual DOJ, and their people are advising Pfizer and this Pfizer stuff. But in reality, it was a setup for infiltration from within. So when she goes down, all of the stuff that she had privy to by being inside of their stuff comes out through discovery. So there's so much that's happening right now that people have no idea. So when you guys turn on Trump, you're fucking morons because they're geniuses.
All right, Captain, I think I have this video. Let me know if this is the one.
Dr. Marks here. I'm the gentleman that was on the Sean Ryan podcast that talked about pedophilia and explained how there are networks. And on his show, I clearly communicated, a couple of years now ago, that the Epstein list would never be revealed. And I gave great insight to it, but I want to take...
I'm sorry, was that it, Captain?
No, it was actually the picture that was the Papa Trumpo talking that you sent me, asking me to look at what I thought about it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But that's still pointful in that that list is not going to come out. And I've talked about it before, that they're using that list, the people that are on it, and the control that has over countries and people, corporations all over the world, to do exactly what they're told to do, or they're going to be exposed. These individuals do not want to be exposed, and they're trying to do everything that they can to get out of it, and also to keep it basically in the dark. But what they don't know is that the military is the one that's actually running it all, and they don't freaking care, and it's gonna come out, and it's just a matter of when is going to be the right time for that to actually happen. And so when people find out what's actually there, who's actually there, it's going to change people's reality on everything. There's also going to be a Diddy 2.0. Oh my God, there's going to be another Diddy? Absolutely there is, because who was actually the attorney general that was over the corruption case for Diddy? Oh, that might have been Comey's daughter. Well, guess what? Now that opens it all back up. Since she was fired, that opens it all back up for it to be reinvestigated and potentially go into a higher court. What's the higher court, Mr. Bosi? Would that be the military court?
Absolutely.
So
Okay,
there is a shitstorm that is brewing, people. Yes, Kelly.
I found it.
Okay, put it up so we can look at it.
Alrighty. Let's see. I've never done this before, so.
Well, you're doing a great job, so just keep up the good work.
Here we go. All right, there it is.
Okay, so.
You see it?
Yes. So it says, you're going through hell. Keep going. And
I can read it. You want me to read it?
Makes it easier for me here. Yes.
Okay. If you're going through hell, keep going. Get used to it. Learn to breathe down there. Get comfortable. Master it. Then fight your fucking way out of it. Life becomes absolutely beautiful when you do.
So this is what I'm talking about. That kind of talking to people is like kind of giving them a pep talk before the shit hits the fan, before you go into the last minute of the game, and you're going to leave it all out there on the floor, right? And so that's what I get from that, is that really, and this is kind of what you were talking about a minute ago, Lieutenant Colonel, about the Constitution, and everybody should be looking at it and so on and so forth. Well, what's going to happen here, okay, in the United States, not only within the way that the military is going to intervene, the way that justice is going to come about, not only that, but also the exposure of the financial system and bringing forth the new financial system and the way that it's being done through tariffs and with, which is just trade agreements. People just don't freaking understand the terminology. That's the way it's run. Well, with no taxes and with an abundance of wealth and the way that the finances are going to be set up with the wealth fund and everything else, what's going to happen is all of the countries around the world are going to see just how successful everything that we are doing here right now, and they're going to want to model it all. The people are going to want it, not the governments. The people are going to say, this is what we want to, and then that's how it's going to be established. So what you're talking about by that you need to start to focus on these things. You're absolutely 100% correct, because this is how it is going to happen, to where all of these countries around the world are going to be basically brought back into their old original kingdoms, but under constitutional republics of each sovereign nation within it. Kind of like how you have each state is its own constitutional state under the headship of the protection of the government, right? Which is the United States. But each state has its own constitution, has its own Congress, has its own Senate, has its own laws, has its own way of doing absolutely everything, right? And those ways are how it's going to get modeled after we fix it, because they did pervert it, right? We know that. But after it gets fixed, then these things are going to be the modeling that goes out everywhere. And the people are going to be what demand it. That's what they're going to want. And so you are 100,000% correct, sir.
Yeah, it's something I'm really looking forward to. Now go on, Kelly.
I'm sorry. I wanted to show you something, Lieutenant Colonel. I'm going to share my screen again. It's just kind of breaking news. Let's figure out how I did it again. Share. Okay. The U.S. Army conducts a live fire test of its precision strike missiles in Australia, the first ever west of the international date line. Now I have the video here that they included. That was pretty cool.
So we have been talking about the operations that's been going on there in Australia under the disguise of training, exercises, so on and so forth, right? But we also have to understand that the intelligence part of Australia was a part of the Five Eyes network that controlled and had the deep state completely. That's where they did everything, right? And would you like to talk a little bit about, what's the freaking base there? The one underground, the big one.
Pine Gap.
Yes, Pine Gap. And tell people, if you would, the significance of Pine Gap and why it was so important for the intelligence apparatus to take back control of Pine Gap and its significance, if you would, please, sir.
Sure. Pine Gap is allegedly a joint base, Australia-US control, in reality under complete US control, like a couple of bases in this country, predominantly for international communications, interception, intelligence gathering, SIGINT, all that is the obvious purpose for it. But it was much more than that, because it was part of a control. It was a key node in the control hub of the planet. And not only was intelligence being gathered and disseminated, but the activities underneath Pine Gap had nothing to do with intelligence. It had a lot to do with trafficking, child trafficking, all sorts of trafficking. And I'm not sure I should mention this or not. Oh yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
It's sort of public here. Yep. The other part of Pine Gap, and why it's so key, is because there was ongoing and consistent communications with extraterrestrials. Now, this isn't anything I had nothing I've got from my my military service. Well, sort of, but it's certainly out there. There are people, servicemen, ex-servicemen I've spoken to, who have personally been working there, have visited there. They have long periods of gaps in their memory where they can't remember what happened. A few of them that have had the memory recovered have described their interactions with ETs. So it's much bigger. everything you think you know about anything. Just understand there are so many dimensions to it that go way beyond what you think you know. And so Pine Gap is a fundamentally key, a very important aspect of this recovery of the planet, this war for the world. And that's why it had to be done so early and so comprehensively.
And, they also had a portion of that also that had operations of Looking Glass. And, for the people there in Australia that may not know, that listen to you, listen to me, would you like to describe a little bit of Looking Glass, how that actually operates? In that it is advanced technology and it has the potential. It looks at the probabilities outside of the linear timeline in which we operate, because it operates with a quantum spectrum of information from the ether. And it looks at all different multi-dimensional spaces of coming up with those predictions. Correct with that somewhat?
Yeah, it is. You've got a better grasp on Looking Glass than I do. What you've said is accurate as far as I know. But if you want to dive deeper, please do, because Looking Glass specifically is not my long suit.
Okay, so they also had a portion that this facility there that actually did have operational Looking Glass there. The deep state was using that. There was a very well done interview of an individual that came in that looked at, they were trying to find out why it was messing up. And it wasn't actually messing up, but everything that they did, everything that they put into it for predictions was all basically coming to the same conclusion in 2012, which was basically it was looking at the beginnings of the end of the deep state. And they were trying to manipulate that outcome, even by trying to manipulate the machine by individuals coming in with those expertise. And the guy that was brought in on it, basically, when he first started looking at it, he was thinking that, yes, this is the end. The end of everything is kind of what it thought. And the more he got into it, the more he delved into it, it was not the end of what we know as, the society and the world. It was actually the end of them and the beginnings of our future without them. And basically, they forbid anyone to have any access to it whatsoever after, I think it was around 2012, 2013, they completely made it off limits for use, operations, whatever. And they were just going to throw the sink at everything. And that's where they came up with the finalization of the 16-year plan that I think you're fully aware of, I'm fully aware of. I think it's been posted just recently on our channel here, the actual plan itself. And when their idea is to destroy everything and then move underground, wait it out, and then try to come back. And they were trying to subvert the plan, so to speak, of what Looking Glass was telling them. And it's like that apocalyptic timeline is not going to happen, people. That was subverted. They have tried and tried and tried to get us back on that apocalyptic timeline, the apocalyptic timeline from the Bible standpoint, because it was based upon that same apocalyptic type timeline. And the deal with that is that even with the Rothschilds actually getting Israel, the state of Israel, and bringing forth what they did by making that a state, right? That was all a part of trying to manipulate and bring forth the prophecies that were brought forth in the Bible. And that's why they have continually tried to manufacture these prophetic words to bring them to pass. Even as recent as when you remember when they got the fatted calf and they were doing all this stuff in Israel, they were all trying to bring us into that apocalyptic timeline again with these wars, with everything that they're doing. They are doing everything they can to actually manufacture that to come to pass. And I want to encourage you guys here in America, Australia, all over the world, don't give any iota to any of that crap that they're trying to pass over on you, because it ain't happening. Nothing can stop what is coming. And what is coming is the end of them and the beginnings of our future without any of them, period. That's what's coming. They know it's coming. And that's why they're about to throw the kitchen sink at us all. Because if it's kind of like when you got this person that's dying and they're pissed off at the world and they want to just take it out on everybody, like I'm going to take as many people with me as I can. It's kind of like that mentality, because they know that their end is end. There ain't no maybes to it anymore. And so I just want to encourage you guys to not get caught up in the news, not to get caught up in what they're being shown in that is to wake up the 85 to 95% of the people still asleep in the world. They are trying their best to shake them free of their heads being up their ass, basically. And so do you want to talk to the people there directly in Australia and just let them know and to encourage them on how you see things playing out over the next, 3 to 5 months there? I mean, I kind of have a good idea how we're going to be here in the next 5 months for sure. And it's not going to be too long after that with you guys, because once the shit hits the fan here, it's going to go everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. The first, just to set the context of this, humanity is not what we've been told it is. We've been told we're a cancer. We've been told that absent humanity, the world would be a beautiful place. That's complete nonsense. We're part of this world, and this is where this might disturb some people, but there's a powerful intelligence outside of space-time, energy, and matter. Call it God, call it source energy, call it the Almighty. There's a plan. There is a plan. There literally is, folks. So if the bad guys are losing, it's because they failed to meet their obligations and they screwed up. It's as simple as that. But so point number one of their greatest skills is they've persuaded us that we are cancer and we are worth nothing. And that's exactly wrong. We are the paragon of animals. We really are. And so it's evil people who are evil, and the world is constantly being reminded that there are good people out there. All the generosity of spirit, the selflessness, the sacrifices that so many people make. I think it was David Icke that made the analogy. Evil is like a child at the beach holding a beach ball under the water. It takes massive effort to keep the beach ball under the evil. The beach ball will fly up and float freely. That's humanity. We are at base good. We really are. So once we start to understand that, we recognize that within us. Now, don't get me wrong. Many people have been manipulated. They've been so demoralized and degraded physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, and spiritually that they are now not dissimilar to institutionalized prisoners. You open the gate up and they don't know how to live on the outside world. And that's a real problem. That's why this will take time to reinvigorate people, to reestablish in their own minds that they are sovereign beings made in the image of God and they have an ability to move forward. So that will take time. And so whatever's coming, I'll talk about that in a minute. There's a couple of things we need to really start doing. Acknowledge that we've been manipulated. It's really important. Are we to blame? No. Are we responsible? Yes. There's a big difference. We've been beaten up, but it's our job now to stand up bit by bit and help those who can't stand up to stand up on their own. What we are required to do is this, and this is going to hurt. First, step one, take responsibility for our decisions. As bad as they were, as ill-informed as they were, we can't spend the next 6 months, 6 years, 6 decades saying, it wasn't my fault, Governor, I didn't know any better. Take responsibility for it. Yeah, I made a shocking decision. I was badly informed, and I've learned from that I need to get better information before I start making life-changing decisions like cutting, vital organs off my children. Things like that. I mean, just take responsibility. Now, this is nigh on impossible, but it's got to be done. That's step one. Step number two, once you've taken responsibility for your decisions, and this will save your soul, I mean it, for big things and small, set yourself free. This is the act of contrition in a Catholic confession. I mean, you don't have to believe it to be true, but it's good for the soul to say, you know what, I messed up and I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it again because I've learned better. Now, once you've done that, let it go. So take responsibility to let it go. It's done. There's nothing you can do. Look, I suffer from this too. I can sit there, and when you get to a certain age, the captain might verify this, you can't see or hear anything that doesn't trigger a memory that says, oh, I really messed up that time, and I wish I hadn't done that. And there's so many little things in my life where I wish I hadn't done that, I wish I hadn't said that, I wish I had turned up, I wish I hadn't turned up. But the thing is, I'm exactly where I am because every one of those steps took place, as uncomfortable as they were. And I'm where I am now. I am deeply grateful for it, with all the let's say the lessons learned. Let's call it lessons learned rather than mistakes. It's put me exactly where I am. It's put you exactly where you are. So let it go. It's done. It's finished. It's the past. Let the dead bury the dead. So take responsibility, let go. And then you choose differently. Start making different choices. Consciously say, you know what? I've got to choose something different. If I continue doing what I've done up to this point in my life, I'll continue getting what I've got. Now, if you've got what you've got is nice, then go for it. But I can tell you, I've turned my life around many times. Always meant well, but typical young bloke, incompetent fool. You live with it and you make better decisions down the track. And here's the grace of God. And I love the definition of grace, that unearned forgiveness, that unearned opportunity. And let me give you a personal example so you know it's real. Married 3 times. I used to hear, my friends, oh, I got divorced. Oh, that's sad. I'm getting remarried. Oh, good luck. And then I'm divorced again. You're an idiot. I'm getting married again. Oh, you're a complete imbecile. Got it. And so here I am, a guy that's married 3 times. Now, what I said to myself after the second marriage broke down, going through a horrible divorce, I took responsibility. I said, I'm here because of the decisions I made. I had every reason to do well, as Jim Rohn says. Every reason to do well. I wasn't raised in a bad family. I wasn't raised in depravity and poverty. I had every reason to do well. And what was I doing? Look at me. 2 failed marriages and a rotten divorce that's sending me bankrupt. Take responsibility. And I said to myself, I got myself here. I chose to marry. I chose to get divorced. I chose not to marry. I chose to whatever. That's step 1. Then the step 2, I have to let go and say, you know what? It happened. It's done. And I came to the conclusion, look, I had every reason to do well. God gave me everything I could have wanted. Challenges, lessons, opportunities. And if I don't end up with a happy family, which is always important to me, a loving wife, a loving relationship with a gorgeous bride, and happy children around me, I have forfeited my right to that. And I get it. It's not God's fault. I'm not going to shake my fist at him because I cocked up. I cocked up. That's why it happened. And yet here's God's grace. And it really is. Here I am. I'm married to the most incredible woman, the only woman that could have possibly stood by me and been an equal partner in this journey with Australia One, and I mean it. She's brilliant. She's fantastic. Unbelievable. So there's this gorgeous woman. We love each other to bits. I have 3 fantastic children. And did I deserve any of this? According to my metrics, absolutely not. According to God, he went, well, you know what? You took responsibility, let go. This is unearned grace. All of us, and I tell you that long story to let you know, all of us, every one of us is open to God's grace. It doesn't matter what you've done, and I mean, it can be horrendous. Look at the characters in the Bible. Not good people. Definitely not good people. So everybody out there, please, this is foundationally important. You want to get through the next 6 months, 6 years, 6 decades? Take responsibility, let it go, make better decisions. and know that this powerful intelligence outside of space-time, energy, and matter, God the Almighty, source energy, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. And neither does he, by the way. He doesn't care. Understand that pure love and grace and unforgiveness is there. All you got to do is ask. And I say to people, get on your knees and pray like you did as a child and say, I need help. That's all you need to do. Praying's not hard. Just say, I need help. And leave yourself open and listen and start listening, because you'll start getting the advice and guidance that you never heard before because you didn't want to. So having said all of that, please, then that's to get you prepared for this next few months. It's really important. Trust God, ask for help, make better decisions. Now, what's going to happen? As we said, there's this journey that the white hats have to take us on. There's a sequence of events that have to take place, and they take time because the speed of this has to be at sufficiently measured to keep as many people going as possible, but never traveling at the speed of the slots, because otherwise we'll never get anywhere. We'll be held back by a bunch of pink-haired women that are screaming they met a single white man and they need counseling because the effect was so horrendous to them. And so it's got to move forward, but the sequence has to be in such a way that as many people come along with the journey. So as I said earlier at the beginning, we've got Barry Soetto, who signed the document. He's the guy that's being held to account. We know he didn't actually plan anything, but that's got to happen. The treason. This is the legal part. This is the technical part that's got to be done. And there's a range of other issues. Then we've got, and just to remind you why this is taking place, because the people are not responding yet. And let's look at the world we're living in. Pedophilia, slavery, human trafficking, organ trafficking, full-term abortion, cannibalism, bestiality, necrophilia, human-animal genetic hybrids, satanic ritual abuse, child marriages, child mutilation, transhumanism. Should I go on? Why not? Let's go. Poisoning the air, food, water, and medicine, deception, manipulation of information, theft of property, denial of freedom. Evil everywhere we see, and yet people still aren't standing up. Wow. Just wow. So because of all of that, this has to be done in a certain way. So you can't complain, because had we stood up, it'd be okay, but we didn't. So there you go. And so for the next little while, more is going to come out, the technical side. That won't wake people up. The awful abuses, exemplified by Hillary Clinton and Uma Abedin. If that comes up, that'll just turn people off to a point they've never been there before. They'll be desperate. They'll be desperate when that comes out. But that still won't do what's got to be done. What needs to be done is to get everybody's attention. And unfortunately, the only way that can be done is to zero everyone's bank account for a day or 3 or 4. And then all of a sudden we've got everybody's attention. But the conditions have to be built up to that moment. So they say, yes, please, will you please bring into effect publicly, in an obvious and clear way, we are demanding martial law because our elected representatives have failed us. We have failed ourselves. We need martial law from the commander-in-chief to sort this out. And we are all ready, willing, and able to put up with this martial law period, however long it might take, in order to fix this mess. And that's why it's so critical. There's this final safety net called the commander-in-chief with the ability to act with military speed and precision. And for those of you who hate the justice system, wait till you see military justice. It's superb. I've been a defending officer. I've been a prosecuting officer. I've been a defending officer. I've been a summary authority where I've sat there, made decisions, and stripped people of their rank, thrown them in jail or whatever. I've done it, and it is fair. It is clear. It is fast, and lawyers hate it because we don't put up with their nonsense anymore. It's just superb, and so the conditions have to be right for us to get there. So for the next 6 months, you're going to see more depravity. You're going to be more sad. Your bank balance, you're going to have this financial crash. There'll probably be some false flags too, but they're just false flags to as covers for other things to get people awake. There's a lot of still got to be done. But just trust in the Almighty, pray, and understand that we're going through this because we have to. If we didn't have to, we wouldn't be doing it. What's the old line? You can't tell people, you got to show them. Well, the show's about to start in a very real way. So let me just finish on this, and this is the best advice. Get yourself in order, personally, right? Physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. Get yourself, and if you're a father, and I mean this sincerely, if you're a father, it's on you. Because if the father straightens up, 90% of the family straightens up. This isn't a sexist thing. It's not about women. You can have the toughest mum in the world, and they do a brilliant job. I had a tough mum. she knew how to kick ass and take names. But dads, you got to step up. You start praying, the family starts praying. You start exercising, the family's going to start exercising. You start measuring your emotional response, they will start doing the same. They will do what you do, not what you say. It's as simple as that. So get yourself in order. Get your family in order. Get yourself prepared for whatever you need to be prepared for. Have a reserve of what you need. Food, water, money, fuel, whatever it might be. Not for 10 years, because you can over prep. What's the old saying? If you're praying over your fruit basket and it turns into trail mix, you're oversaved. You can overdo it. Okay, so get yourself sorted out. Get your family sorted out. Literally, just get your family sorted out so they are safe inside your fence. Now, after that, start leading.
Because the father's the head, right? And this is just universal spiritual law, right? The head is the head, and then the wife is the body. The children are the support. And it's like, if the head actually, because, there's been so many studies of how families are when you have a good family structure of a good father, good mother, your kids usually turn out pretty decent. Now, it's not always that way, but society actually functions more properly when it's that way. And it's like, as soon as you remove the father out of the situation, the mother, no matter how good she is, just like you said, right, cannot be that spiritual man head guidance that needs to be there over the children. And it's kind of like, where it's like, they have a completely different role, right? The mother is there to love, support unconditionally, be that nurturer, and be that support for them no matter what. The father has that somewhat, but he's the one that is to be there that sets the definition of being pushed out into the world and how you should operate, so to speak, right? Like every time my kids, when they were growing up, I always taught them consequences. You do this, there's going to be a consequence, good, bad, or indifferent. The older you get, the differences that you, decisions that you make, they have different consequences, no matter what they are. And it's like, if you protect them from the consequences of the decision making, that when they have to start to make it, then they don't know how to make it because they never did make it. It's like putting them in a bubble, right? And, women in all of their wonderful ways of doing everything, which is good, they want to protect that child from everything, right? And not experience it. Now, my kids, I was like, my wife would go outside, she'd tell them, put on your helmet, put on your elbow pad. And I was like, my son would look at me and I'd be like, nah, don't worry about it. And we'd go outside, he'd fall, he'd crash, and then he'd get hurt, and he'd come back, and I would take the heat from the wife because they didn't wear their protective gear. But you know what? The lesson was learned that when you fall, you hurt yourself, you pay attention, you won't do that again. And if you do, there's going to be a consequence to that, right? And so it's about growing. A father helps a child grow and grow up as a person that they're supposed to. And it's like the roles are completely different. And so it's hard when you remove that one key element out of a nuclear family. And that's what they wanted to do, is to break down the nuclear family, right? And break down that structure. But, right now it's really important, just like Lieutenant Colonel just said, is get your house in order so that no matter what actually happens, you can be prepared, meaning that you can be in peace when there's chaos all around you because you don't have to deal with it. And not dealing with it means to where you don't have to be influenced by whatever's going on outside. If you got a little bit of supplies, you can make it through the few days, whatever it is. You can stretch stuff all the time. Look, I ain't got no water at my house. I ain't got no internet. I ain't got nothing. I don't care. Life is still going to go on. I got water. I got lots of water, but I don't have running water, but I don't need it. They used to not have it no matter what. So, there's ways that we can deal with things and not have to be concerned about it, right? But if you don't have your insides in order, then when hell breaks loose, you lose it. And you should be be able to, have that peace of mind that God is in control. There is a plan. The sun is going to come up tomorrow, and that there is a future for us all. We've been trying to encourage you about these things, and that this is about bringing justice and the elimination of that false matrix and the control that is out there. It all has to be exposed. It all has to be broken down. And when it does, that exposure is going to bring reality to a change. It's going to bring focus, but it's also going to bring a lot of chaos to people's emotions because they thought all of these things were true. They thought all of these things were not the way that they are. And it's going to change people's realities really hard. It's kind of like, having to bitch slap somebody to shake them up, right? But that's really what's happening. And for you to be woke up right now was very important. God had a plan for you, and that was for you to be that lighthouse in the darkness. Because when all of this chaos happens, we're to be a rock. We're to be calm. We're to be, everything is going to be okay. Don't let this bother you. And when you have that kind of frequency, when you have that kind of emotional response and not reaction, then it allows the people around you to automatically gravitate to that frequency. This is your role. This is important, to be that influence in your circle of influence of peace, of serenity, to be that eye in the storm where everything's shit storm going around, but inside your little house, inside your little home, inside your little world, everything is calm, peaceful, and full of love, because the rest of it is all going to break down. It's all going to go away. And when it does, it's all going to be worth it. And you're going to be so vindicated by all of the shit you had to go through. It's all going to come to a head. And it's really, these next couple of months are going to be the hardest, people. I'm going to tell you right now, through August, September, first part of October are going to be the hardest, but things are going to turn around after that. And I think that really what's going to happen is that's going to be a lot of the healing and exposure time, justice being served, so on, those kind of things. But the difficult times that we're going to go through are over the next 3 months. And after that, I really feel that things are going to turn around and we're going to be past the storm, and it's going to be a part of the healing. And in the healing, there'll be lots of justice being served, people going down, the new technologies being released, financial unyokedness will start to happen, and it's coming. That's why it's really important for you just to hang on, just hang on, because there is light at the end of the tunnel, and it's really important to not get focused on the storm, but that we're almost at the end of it, and we are really, really close. And with that, Kelly, do you want to do a few questions? I know we weren't going to be this long since it was a truck talk kind of deal with the way we had to do this, but let's go ahead and do a few questions, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. How are we in New Zealand and Oz going to be affected / benefit by all the changes implemented in the USA? Will the policies be implemented in New Zealand and Oz too?
I would say that, like we talked about earlier, basically they will be modeled under the exact same framework that we're going to be fixing and repairing right now to get back to our original constitutional republic and eliminate all of the amendments and all the shit that came with the corporation part of that. And when that happens, that's when we're going to start being able to have our individual sovereignty back, the country actually start to work the way it's supposed to. And yes, it will actually affect Australia and all of you guys all around the world, because it's going to be the gold standard of the modeling that's going to be used throughout all the countries around the world.
Colonel, did you want to give that?
Yeah, it'll happen in phases. Stabilization is the process, and this is a skill that the U.S. military has, and they apply quite regularly. The short version, I can't give you the full version, but the short version says there's a stabilization process where control is reestablished. All the services, all the governmental responsibilities will be ensured to function, and whether that's running water, local security with law and order, the courts, and the beginning of some sort of representative control. So once the foundational, the infrastructure for a stable, modern 21st century nations are secured, and you'll be surprised at how much has already been done and how much is yet to be done. So once those foundational issues are taken care of, then they can start moving into the more esoteric areas, for example, to make sure the electoral system is rehabilitated, which will take a bit of time to make sure that cleaned up, and to make sure that there are people capable of actually representing. So this will take time. It's not like the people are all of a sudden going to decide, yes, I understand the foundational concept of representative democracy or a constitutional republic, and no, you don't. It'll take time. So foundational issues, infrastructure in place, getting the people free, economically free for starters, to make sure they can, as quickly as possible, start saving themselves. This is key. And this will still be under the martial law system, in my mind anyway. It's certainly our plan, but whether this comes to fruition or not is not the point, but we have a plan regardless. One of our tax plans is there is no tax. There's no tax on anything except for a 2% expenditure tax. And everything else. So imagine what happens to an economy when there is zero tax, none. All of a sudden, people work hard and they can pocket whatever they need. That allows the people to then leap ahead in terms of their individual self-reliance to make sure they can look after themselves. And the best way to do it isn't a top-down approach. Self-reliance is best done from the ground up. And so that's one of the issues, that foundational economic benefit that comes from a zero tax system, except for an expenditure tax that'll pay for things that need to be paid for. And that doesn't require a constitutional republic. This can happen under martial law. The second key thing, as I said, is the rehabilitation of the electoral system, so people can start moving towards having a clean, transparent, fair election to elect their representatives according to a set of rules, whatever those rules might be. Constitutional republic, a continuation of your existing constitution. There are still options open for that. And so there's a measured process to get us from where we are to where we need to be. We will still have our say. The US is not interested in being kings of the world. That's not their job. And the captain has said this many, many times. Will there be high-level cooperation between like-minded nations? Absolutely there will be. It's just like the states in the United States. They have their separate states. They have their constitutions, but they agree on how the nation should run. We'll think of that on a larger scale. As Australia and New Zealand will be our own countries, but we will agree how the planet should be run. Because this idea of we will trade, and forgive me if I'm boring people with the same stories, but it's germane to this discussion. The days of us trading with China because we want to sell wheat, barley, and wine to China, and we'll turn a blind eye to organ harvesting of the ethnic Chinese Muslims, the Uyghurs or the Falun Gong, and all the other. No, that's done. This planet must change foundationally. and the most important one is the morality of the planet. And so there's no longer turning our back on the poor people because we need to balance our trade. That's done. That's finished. Those days are done. And so think of the planet as a nation with separate states that have their own future, but we agree the best way to live as a planet. Just like a nation is a collection of states, and we agree on the best way to live as a state, as a nation. And a state is a collection of counties, and they agree on the best way for that state to run. So there's nothing challenging. We will have our freedom. We will have our sovereignty. We'll be working in close cooperation with like-minded cultures. The Western Hemisphere, for example, the Anglophone for certain, the Anglophone world, the English-speaking world, because we have a culture that is more advanced than anything else on the planet. And so we can move into that golden age, let's say, much quicker than the rest of the world. Despite their best efforts, the Middle East and North Africa is not going to learn representative democracy or constitutional republics. Why? Because they don't have the culture for it. That's why this nonsense of nation building. Let's make Afghanistan a democracy. Forget it. It's never going to happen. But we'll bring them along with us. So there'll be a leadership role for us. And other countries that don't like it, I don't much care. Russia's going to be a leading country as well. China, not so much. China needs to grow and learn how to be a good international player. So there'll be these leading nations that will lead the world, let's say, in cooperation with each other. But we will not lose our individual sovereignty because God gave us our free will, and nobody's going to take it away from us.
So that on China, one of the roles that is being done right now on China is President Xi, which is a part of the alliance, is actually and has been allowing the deep state players to basically be running and facilitating kind of unchecked, but this is on purpose so that he is actually causing the country to collapse within, and there will be a rising up of the people. If you don't know what's going on in China, they're not being fed. The food they have issues. They're not being paid for their salaries, the work. It's gone almost 6 months to 10 months. A lot of these individuals have not gotten paid, and they're at a really critical and crucial time period right now that is there's going to be some exposure to some things that are coming. I'm not going to tell you what they are right now, but there's going to be some things that are going to come, and it's going to expose the deep state corruption to the people, to the point where the Chinese people are going to revolt. They're going to stand up. This is intentional, and they're going to collapse their government from within. And that's going to be the catalyst to bring China along for the ride, because the actual Chinese people are good people. They're not a part of that crap, but it's the control mechanism of the CCP that are the head. That head has to be exposed and brought down. And Xi is going to fall on his sword intentionally to bring all of that head down so that the people can rise up. And that's what's actually coming from them if people don't realize it yet.
Okay. Thank you, guys. All right. This is a great question because I think a lot of people are wondering about it. In fact, I found a post on it shortly after I saw her question. So if I could read that, that would be great too. And then you guys can talk about it. So today, Trump was being interviewed, on his way out to Scotland. And they were asking him about Obama. And Trump was saying something to the Obama owes big because has presidential immunity. And of course, he was talking about had ruling on the presidential immunity back in Manhattan on those charges. Okay, so this post that I found, and I'm going to share the image. You need to see that while I'm reading it. Okay, so Trump posted that on his Truth. Can you see that, Captain?
Yes.
All right. So here's the post. Those of you that are confused about, this is from Justice Cometh, he's on X. Those of you that are confused about Trump saying that Obama has immunity over Russiagate. Yes, he does, by civilian courts. Once labeled as a traitor and an enemy combatant by POTUS, Obama loses all constitutional rights, including any presidential immunity. Think critically. POTUS has already told us via Truth Social how this was going to play out. Think Justice Kavanaugh exchange with Graham. All roads lead to Obama. A pic from Trump's Truth Social. Trump isn't kidding around. He already told us, ladies and gentlemen, the case to label him a traitor is already being laid out in front of you. Brick by brick, the foundation is being built. So what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, so the deal is that as soon as he's being portrayed as seditious treason and a combatant of the United States, then all bets are off. He has no immunity whatsoever. He only had presidential immunity in his executive capacity as the commander-in-chief. Well, treason doesn't fall under executive privilege, period. So, that's the whole thing. People are going to find out that there's also no statute of limitation on the time period either for seditious treason. And so the media has played it of that this is a conspiracy, not conspiracy, but it's conspiracy as far as the criminal act, right? There was a conspiracy against Trump, but in reality, it's not. It's actually a coup, and it's actually treason, seditious treason against not only Trump, but the country itself, and subduing the will of the people. And so it changes the reality altogether. But this is what the media does. They paint a picture that is opposite of what really is going on to minimize the circumstances to the public so that they buy into their bullshit. That's all it is, buying into their bullshit. But he ain't getting out of nothing. Lieutenant Colonel?
I couldn't agree more. You've summarized it beautifully, but just finish on that, what you just said. He's getting away with nothing. And if he gets away with nothing, that'll flow downstream to everybody else. There is no get out of jail free card unless it's in the interests of the white hats and their strategy for certain individuals to continue either in reality or with a double or a legacy or whatever's going to happen. But if Barry Obongo goes down, everyone goes down, and that's why it was important he was the first.
Yep. All right, Kelly, let's do a couple more.
Alrighty. Trump Patriot asks, is the Greater Israel Project still alive, or is it officially dead in the water? I'm not sure what that is.
Well, anything that has to do with Israel's going down, because Israel in itself was established by, like I said earlier, it was a proxy of the deep state and how it was all established through the Rothschilds. And the nation of Israel is not a place, it's a people. And that's the whole thing is that all of this has to be basically unwound out of the deception that's been spun by the enemy to give clarity to people so that they understand supporting Israel does not mean supporting Israel, the state of Israel, which is a corrupt, evil government, it actually just means supporting the true Israelites of what the Bible biblically spoke about, which is the nation of Israel. And how can you really support the nation of Israel when it does not actually exist in a formal manner because of the government that is established there? It's all fictitious. It's bullshit. And so that has to be unwound and reestablished. And the only one that can do that is God. And we haven't seen it happen yet. So that's just the way it's going to be. But Israel, the state of Israel and the corruption therein is going to collapse. It's going down. There will be justice in that. 100%, people.
Okay, Frosted Cupcake asks, please speak about Canada. Do we move or continue my plans to build here? When do you mayors, lawyers, etc. will be told to stand down because of common law? No overreach by city officials when building.
It's coming. The Canada and the United States are already, it's already done. It just hasn't been announced to the public yet. And so it's coming. What actually initiated the start of it was the MCA, the Mexican, America, and Canada Treaty that was done. If you read that, it's very specific in how it brought the three countries together. But Canada itself is a part of North America, which is a part of the North American continent, which is a part of the original Americas. You are a part of America. You are a part of the actual country of the United States of America. The line that was divided in there was done by the Crown for the separation and the division for the Crown Corporation. Had absolutely nothing to do with the people. It was all corrupt. It's an invisible line that is not actually there. And back in 2020 was when I first found out that it was actually being the people were working on at that point on how the documentation and how all of that was going to manifest itself to where it's coming about right now. And so this whole thing that's going on with Alberta and that they're, doing what they're doing, this is all part of the people standing up for what they believe and wanting to, enough is enough, and that this is going to be the end of it. But you don't have to move. You don't have to go anywhere because you're going to be sovereign right where you're at. But is it going to happen overnight? No. But is it going to happen over the next year or so? Yes, it is. So just hold on. Stand. Just stand. But don't put the cart before the horse. It's coming.
Okay. This is from Chicago Girl. Do you know if cabal-owned corporations, i.e. tech, major stores, places basically owned by BlackRock and Vanguard will disappear, or will they be changed over and continue to exist? If BlackRock and Vanguard pull out, sell their stock in all these companies, do you see that being used to crash the stock market? I'm sure there are many patriots on here that are employed by these companies today and are wondering how things are going to go down with their jobs. Thank you all so much for hanging in with us.
Well, BlackRock and Vanguard and those firms, in my understanding, are being basically controlled by the military because of the executive order that they were involved in the human trafficking and the financial portions of those criminal acts. So are they going to be a part of the United States in the Treasury Department? I think that they've already been consumed in the Treasury Department, but just haven't been notified of the people yet. A lot of these other corporations have been too. I've actually witnessed it in the energy sector, and everything that happened was completely opposite of what should have happened because of the things that were going on with that company. And the only thing that made sense is that they got consumed into the Treasury Department without informing the people because of the executive orders. So a lot of these companies are going to be just fine. Just the management is going to be replaced. So I don't think there's anything that you have to be in fear for as far as your jobs and so on and so forth, even though the whole idea with where we're headed is for people to have less work anyway and to be more aligned with service to your community and to be working in an environment that you're using your creative abilities versus your manual labor. Because manual labor is about to get replaced with AI, people. Whether you think about it or not, it's coming, and really quickly. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. God's in control over it all. And basically, Trump keeps telling us that the financial stuff is going to change. And in reality, the amount of monies that you have that's a part of your bonds that were created and also your CISA accounts, you guys are rich as hell and you just don't know it yet. And this isn't just in America, it's in every country around the world. That's how they all operated. That's how the deep state made their money off the labor of people. Every country in the world is operated that way. Every crown company country was operated that way. So people there in Australia, as well as everywhere else, they were all operated the same way on using the labor of people to fund their debt and to make money off of them. This is what they did. So you guys are worth a lot of money and you just don't know it yet, but you will. And when you do, it's going to change whether or not you still want to continue to work where you work and how you want to work there. Because those replacements of your manual labor are coming very quickly through AI and through robotics. It's coming. They're showing you, they're telling you it's coming. But they're doing it in a way to make you fearful that, oh my God, AI is taking over and it's going to be the Terminator and all of a sudden we're going to all be out of a job. And they want to instill fear in you instead of, I don't got to get up and go to work tomorrow because I'm going to the fucking beach. I'm going to play golf tomorrow. I mean, that's the way it is. And I hope that all shit breaks loose and I'm out on the golf course. And more likely than not, I will be, because I'm trying to work less and less all the time at my job, not in doing the things that I need to help with people, but with the job, I'm trying to do less and less. Very minimum with my responsibilities there. So.
Okay, MJT'd like to know, why do you think there was a massive outage of Starlink worldwide yesterday? It was for a while too, Captain.
I'm not sure. They could have been updating some stuff. They could have been changing over some things. Who knows? Nothing to be concerned about. Oh, one thing that people were asking is Starlink has the ability to access your cell phone without you having to do anything to it. Everybody's cell phone, not just the ones that are for Starlink. They all will actually connect to Starlink. So this is something that I've talked about before. T-Mobile did test runs with them actually just connecting to their system, the phones directly, not through T-Mobile system, but to their phone individually, where you could be in the middle of BFE, no cell towers nowhere, and you got connection through Starlink to your regular cell phone, not a new cell phone, not one that's specifically for it. So when shit hits the fan, where do you think you're going to get communications from? Starlink's going to hit your phone because they don't need the cell towers. They do not need the cell towers. Direct access to your phone, direct to Starlink. You can go look it up. Actually, I got stuff on the website. On their channel about that too. So anyway, might have been an update for that to actually happen in different places around the world. Who knows?
Okay, Trump Patriot asks, Captain Kyle, you posted a video the other night about flying cars in the future. I think I did that. That's always my favorite subject. My question to you is, if flying cars exist, what about flying cities? That's interesting.
So in the next several years, actually, a lot of things are going to come up with technologies that are through anti-gravitics and through magnetics, meaning magnets and stuff like that, new technologies. And that is a 100% possibility. Not to say that I know specifically that, but I don't. But what I do know is that is coming. And so could it be that you have an entire city that's floating and could go anywhere? Absolutely. Because it would be the way it would be designed and be through the different types of anti-gravitics along with magnetics that are going to come out. That is absolutely possible. Whether they do it or not, I don't know. But that's not the point. The point is it possible? And yes, it is. So there's going to be a lot of things that happen over the next 6 months, 2 years that are going to be disclosures. And in that disclosure, they're going to actually reveal technologies that's been suppressed because of the deep state and what they've been doing. And that's going to open the door. Oh, look what we found. Look what they've been doing. Look what they had here. And look at the benefit of what this can do for humanity. They already know they have it all, but this is just a way that they're going to be able to roll some of these things out really quickly versus, oh, look, we had to discover this. No, they already have it, and they don't have to discover shit. They just need to figure out a way to make it come into the reality of the people. So that's all coming. So,
and this one's for Lieutenant Colonel. How will the White Hats deal with Masonic lodges going forward and Satanism, Luciferianism claims of a constitutional guarantee of freedom of religion?
I love this question. I really do. Okay. Constitutional guarantee of freedom of religion is based on an exchange in the United States. I think it was between Jefferson and somebody else. Can't remember. It doesn't matter. Your freedom of religion was based on the fact that you had Christian sects beating each other up. You had the Quakers and the Baptists, and they're all Christians. And you were giving each other grief. And you said, you know what, let everybody just pray to God the way they want to. It never included Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, anything else. Zoroaster. It doesn't do it. You can't do it. It is a lie. And you are destined to failure if you think you can get a country that on the one hand has a Christian ethic and on the other hand allows bodily mutilation in satisfaction of some insane God. No. You have the right to bow. I'll give you the Australian solution. This is the Australia One solution to religious tolerance, let's say. First of all, Satanism is out. That's banned. That's just like you ban terrorist organizations. It is evil. And if you don't like it, don't come to Australia. I don't care. Go find someone else that thinks that Satanism is a good thing. So we have the right to ban anything we want to. God gave us this planet, and we can choose. Now, we might make good choices. We might make bad choices. But Satanism is out. It's a proscribed organization and a proscribed ideology, just like all the Islamic terrorist organizations are. No different. Other things, other religions. Our view is this: you may submit your mind and your soul and your heart to whomever you like, but your physical actions must be in accordance with Australian secular law, which is based on a Christian ethic. Straightforward. So if a Muslim thinks that they can marry a child at 6 and consummate that marriage at 9 because Muhammad did, and good Muslim men are required to emulate Muhammad because of his perfect life, and by the way, there's no evidence that Muhammad ever existed, but that's a separate question. If you were to do that, go somewhere else. You do it here, you'll be jailed for pedophilia, or you'll be executed if you do it enough. Pretty straightforward. You screw a 6-year-old, you're dying, my friend. That's not religion. That's insanity. This is pandering to the basest human instincts, and that is the basis of Islam and the basis of Judaism. If you go back to the Talmud is one of the major books of Judaism, and it's drawn from Babylonian nonsense. It's the original Hebrew religion. Yeah. So no, this idea that you're allowed to pray to God, you pray to God anything you want to. But here's another one. So you've got the Jews that are circumcising. You're not doing that. That's mutilation. Then you got the Muslims that want to cut off the labia of their little girls and then stitch it up. And this is from a nurse in Australia. They stitch up the hole so tightly you can barely get a Q-tip through it. This is not God. This is mutilation, and your God's a fucking idiot. Next message. Then you got the Aborigines here in Australia where they have secret men's business, where they cut the boy's penis. Now, they get it wrong, and it explodes like a Frankfurt that's been left in the microwave too long. This is not admiring a God. This is bullshit. So take your religious tolerance, shove it up your ass, because in this country, we have a Christian ethic, and that's the way it works. And everything else is just barbarism. And if you can't see that, you certainly have no place in Australia. So get the hell out and don't bother coming and don't apply for a visa. Sorry if I get energized by this, but I'm sick to death of these nonsense concepts from the Jews, the Muslims, and everybody else. It's all okay. Hindus, oh, there you go. Hindus believe in a stratification of humanity, where you've got the Brahmins at the top and everything else is just crap beneath them, and you've got the untouchables at the bottom. Take a Hindu 760 gods or whatever the hell you got and stay in that shithole called India. We don't want it. We don't need it. Thanks for playing. This is Australia. This is a Christian country. We apply a secular law based on a Christian ethic. Now, again, forgive me for getting energized because I like to be the great unifier, but I'm going to kick out of this country as many people as I can whose value system are at such variance with us that they have no place here. They will not want to be here, and we don't want them here. This nonsense about, religious tolerance because, no. Think about it. Ladies and gentlemen, for God's sake, think about it. Not happening. Not happening. There you go. How's that for a straight answer to a straight question?
That's good. That's a good place to wrap it up for the night too. Is you don't like it, tough shit, go somewhere else. Like how that ends.
Bingo.
I end it right there. All right. Love you guys. And I hope you have a great weekend. Be safe. Do those things in which you must. But most important thing is make sure you keep your house clean. Straighten it up so that you are not affected by the chaos that they're planning on bringing to you. So with that, love you. Lieutenant Colonel, awesome always. Kelly, see you soon.
Love you all. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks, Philly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Captain Kyle and Kelly, along with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi. God bless him. Good show. Amazing show, really. I was putting stickers on your packages. Anyway, we got more to come here. I got some more I want to watch with you. I want to see if we can watch this movie about the plot against Trump, because it's pretty descriptive about everything that happened with Russiagate and Obamagate and whatnot. So let's take a look, see what we've got here.
President Carter pledged the utmost in cooperation in the transition that will take place.
I will always be grateful. Can hardly believe it, but it's sinking in now, the enormity of what has taken place. Peaceful election, eventually peaceful transfer of power.
I accept tonight the responsibility that you have given me to be the leader of this, the greatest country in human history.
I have a lot to be thankful for tonight. I'm thankful for America and thankful that we were able to resolve our electoral differences in a peaceful way.
This peaceful transfer of power is one of the hallmarks of a true democracy.
President Carter, President Bush Sr., as well as the current president have all been very gracious and offered to provide any help that they can in this transition process.
We are now all rooting for his success in uniting and leading the country. The peaceful transition of power is one of the hallmarks of our democracy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I recently confirmed that on numerous occasions, the intelligence community incidentally collected information about U.S. citizens involved in the Trump transition. Details about U.S. persons associated with the incoming administration, details with little or no apparent foreign intelligence value, were widely disseminated in intelligence community reporting. Third, I have confirmed that additional names of Trump transition team members were unmasked. And fourth and finally, I want to be clear, none of this surveillance was related to Russia or the investigation of Russian activities or of the Trump team.
The only thing we had wrong is it was worse than we thought. Devin was the first, because he got to see information first. As then chair of the Intelligence Committee, he sensed there was wrongdoing early on.
He was a lone voice for a very long time. We would not be where we are without Devin Nunes.
They started it right after, the 1st of December 2016.
It's becoming clear we have suffered a desecration of our democracy not seen since Watergate.
It was right after the election, and I thought, are they really going to go down this road of this Russia issue?
This is part of a concerted Russian influence operation.
Russian interference.
They colluded. They helped. They were in on it.
Vladimir Putin was the person who authorized the interference in our election.
What Russia did was no different than what they do all the time. It was totally expected. Right after the election, a couple weeks, then I realized, like, wow, they're just really starting to foment this, and we really almost thought it was a joke, like those of us on the Republicans on the committee, like, really, you're not going to accept that you lost this election? We're really going to go into this?
My hope is that the president-elect is going to similarly be concerned with making sure that we don't have potential foreign influence in our election process.
And then Obama and Brennan made it real by creating what I call Obama's dossier, which was this intelligence community assessment, which was the fastest any government agency's ever done a report. And of course, they took just a few weeks and they said, oh yeah, the Russians were trying to help Trump. You know, Obama really was going to stick it to the Russians, and he kicked some people out of the country.
35 Russian diplomats in the U.S. expelled, just 72 hours to leave. Closing 2 Russian government compounds. Rec centers allegedly used for spying. Shut down as of noon Friday.
We used the Ways and Means Committee to hold what is a pretty unusual public hearing for the Intelligence Committee. James Comey comes in, then he asks me to come back to the back room and tells me that he's going to publicly announce they're looking into the Trump campaign. And I was like, wow, does he have new information? Is there something new?
I have been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of our counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election.
It blew up into a spectacle. It gave the appearance that this was a real investigation with real information, even though we had yet to see what that real information was.
I interviewed a number of extraordinary candidates for this job, all with sterling credentials. But what gave me confidence that this was the right man for the job was in talking to him, a sense that this is somebody who knows what's right and what's wrong.
The FBI's reputation for integrity is a gift given to every new employee by those who went before. No case, no source, no fear of embarrassment is worth jeopardizing the gift of integrity.
Comey has a great history of fabricating crimes, entrapping innocent citizens in crimes that otherwise would not be committed, by leading the victim to believe that a truthful answer to a question would be an admission to a crime, whereas in fact it would not be an admission to a crime. When the subject then lies, he's bagged his quarry. He did that with Martha Stewart.
He later did the same thing to Scooter Libby through his special counsel that he appointed, Patrick Fitzgerald.
Later on, they did the same thing with George Papadopoulos. He did the same thing with Michael Flynn.
Mike is one of 9 children, blue-collar background, decided to enter the military and rose to the rank as 3-star general. A lieutenant general in the Army, a man who put his life on the line for our country on numerous occasions. He was well-versed in the secrets of our country.
Before he became the director of Defense Intelligence, was made responsible for all intelligence collection in Afghanistan as the theater MI guy. What Mike Flynn did was truly stunning. He revolutionized the way we do intelligence in theater, in the battlefield. He understood that when you're fighting groups like Al-Qaeda or ISIS, it is the rapidity and the quality of immediately exploitable intelligence that matters the most. When you go in there on your raid with your alpha team, or the stuff you pick up right there has got to be exploited now. You don't put it in a bag, you don't put it on a secure server, send it back to Langley or to Fort Meade and then sit on it for 9 months and then see if it's useful.
When Donald Trump was elected president of the United States, he flew to Washington, D.C. for a meeting with Barack Obama. And in that meeting, Barack Obama told him unequivocally, don't let anybody tell you who to hire in your administration. You must surround yourself with your own people, except General Mike Flynn. The president flew back to New York that night, and I remember speaking to him very directly. And he said, what job are we giving Mike Flynn? I said, any job you want, sir. And then the offer was extended for Mike to become the national security advisor.
The Obama administration was after him for defying them on Iran and on other questions. You know, they fired him from the DIA. And famously, in their Oval Office meeting after the election, Obama said to incoming President-elect Trump, you know, there's basically two people in the world that you can't trust. One is Putin and the other is Mike Flynn. I mean, give me a break.
We talked about reforming the intelligence community because these 17 sprawling agencies, they've gotten a lot of stuff wrong. The weapons of mass destruction being the most obvious example.
Every intelligence agency, every bureaucracy is worried about being reformed. So Flynn had been loud and clear that he did not like the intelligence that he was getting when he was in the field. He did not get what he called actionable intelligence. So he was going to cut some nice cushy jobs at Langley.
He was talking about going after people's budgets, seeing who was wasteful, who was doing the job. We're going to cut these institutions down to size and see how it works. So they were terrified.
And then there are probably reasons why the intel bureaucracies are specifically resistant to change, because they really are unaccountable. If you're unaccountable for a long time, you get used to being unaccountable, and accountability sounds bad. Like, you don't want to have to, if you haven't never answered to anybody, you don't want to have to answer to somebody. Especially when some of the things you've been doing when exposed might make you look bad.
As you know, when this attack happened, the White House initially said it arose out of a spontaneous protest over an anti-Muslim video. That turned out not to be true, and the White House said they relied entirely on CIA talking points.
The non-response to Benghazi was a deliberate decision. It wasn't an oversight, and it was because there was an illegal covert weapons program being run there. The community writ large, the special forces community, the counterterrorism community, the intelligence community was aware of what was going on. Several members, even in the leadership of the Republican Party, were aware of what was going on. What you had was this bipartisan corruption, and this bipartisan corruption was something that I think Flynn was well aware of. Where the intelligence community was no longer necessarily servicing the country, it was servicing the Obama regime itself.
We haven't put any demands on them. We have used this soft power approach.
Mike Flynn is viewed as the consummate disruptor, and now he was going to be in a position to bring that disruption to the entire national security community. So he's moved up a level, and his ability to impact is now going to be much more widespread. And of course, this absolutely terrifies the Central Intelligence Agency. It terrifies the FBI. Because somebody who knows where all of the secrets are is now going to be in a position to really harness that knowledge to disrupt things.
He's the former director of the DIA. He knew where the bodies were buried. He knew the corruption. He knew the lies. He knew the perversion of the threat environment.
He knew what was going on, and he objected. He knew about the machinations by the Obama administration and the West generally to support terrorists in Syria in their crazed effort to take out Assad. Of course, a lot of that was being organized out of Libya.
When he spoke up against the Obama administration and said, look, just because you killed Osama bin Laden doesn't mean that you've stopped radical Islamic movements. And General Flynn predicted the rise of Islamic extremism.
I'm done trying to convince our president to actually define this enemy. We know what it is. It's radical Islamic terrorism. They are vicious. They're barbaric. They are on the march.
They didn't like Mike Flynn. Remember, Barack Obama fired Mike Flynn because he was a rabble-rouser.
The reason that Flynn had been fired is because he was speaking the truth about ISIS. The straw that broke the camel's back was what's now been very well known as this testimony that Flynn did. It was the global threat testimony where all of the heads of the intelligence agencies, John Brennan, Jim Comey, all of the people that later on would be part of the effort to take Michael Flynn down and ultimately take Trump down. Flynn had been raising the alarm about how the Obama administration was not taking the necessary steps to protect the American people from the growing Islamic threat. And Flynn was told before he went into that testimony, do not say anything about the fact that ISIS is resurgent. He decided, I'm not going to lie. I need to be very, very honest with the American people.
They are increasingly adapting to an environment that is actually benefiting them. And that, to me, is a increasingly growing threat.
After that, Jim Clapper calls Mike Vickers up, and Clapper tells Vickers, you need to fire Flynn. Clapper had received this instruction directly from Susan Rice at the request of Barack Obama. In any event, they tell him, you're going to have to retire early. We need you to leave the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Of all the people who came into the White House, Mike Flynn was the most dangerous to the swamp. He had to be taken out. They knew he knew what the intelligence community was up to, and he knew what Obama had done to undermine our national security for 8 years. He knew why Obama did what he did with Iran. $140 billion released a regime that every Friday says, destroy America, that you're actually facilitating the rise of the theocratic Iranian regime that's taking our naval personnel hostage.
President Obama negotiated the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. It was fatally flawed on so many different levels. So when you have somebody like a General Flynn serving at the highest levels in the room, making recommendations, weighing in on work product, and telling the other 97% of a story on a weak, flawed approach to a particular conflict, that ends up leading to increased resentment. And I think there are people inside the West Wing, right up to President Obama, who became anti-Michael Flynn for all the wrong reasons. It's a Chicago-style politics approach that was brought here from Illinois into the White House for 2 terms. And they were trying to kick a few people, burn a few things down before they left office.
The Obama administration earlier today allowed the United Nations to pass a resolution condemning Israeli settlements in East Jerusalem and the West Bank as, quote, a flagrant violation of international law.
It was a shift in U.S. foreign policy that was contradictory to the will of Congress. It was contradictory to the will of the American people. It made absolutely no sense whatsoever. It was really disgusting to watch it play out the way it was. It was an effort to kind of burn down a relationship before checking out.
He expelled 35 diplomats from the United States. It was a silly act, unnecessarily provocative, and it was grandstanding. It was to no purpose.
For those who aren't familiar with it, the federal government provides resources for the last 2 candidates to establish transition teams to help their prospective presidential nominee take over government should they win.
There's nothing wrong or unusual about an incoming transition team talking to folks in other countries about foreign policy. Obama did it as he should do it. Flynn did what he should do, and he diffused what really was a hot mess.
Flynn's calls were intercepted by the U.S. intelligence community. Secret transcripts show Flynn did discuss the sanctions, a potential violation of federal law prohibiting private citizens from engaging in diplomacy.
From the very beginning, this conversation that General Flynn had with the Russian ambassador was about a UN resolution that was coming up. And if you read the transcript, General Flynn had a perfect phone call. He was advocating for the United States. It's exactly what you'd want someone to say. Let's de-escalate this. Let's not try to make it worse than what it is.
So you would want the incoming national security director to be talking to his counterparts in important. Now, he doesn't have to talk to, whoever the NSA equivalent is in certain countries, but the Russians, the Chinese, the Germans, our allies and important players in geopolitical sense, he needs to be talking to them. He's doing his job. And of course, the intelligence agencies are listening to Ghislaine conversation. That's kind of what they do.
I believe that if anyone inside of the United States government would be fully aware of U.S. intelligence collection capabilities, tactics, procedures, it would be somebody like a Michael Flynn.
Flynn had been in the intelligence world. Therefore, he knew that every single phone call on an open civilian phone is intercepted. Therefore, nobody could suspect that he was somehow plotting, because he wouldn't use the phone, would you? But he didn't realize how determined they were. They pretended not to know what everybody in the field knows, that when you telephone the Russian ambassador, you're not meeting him in a park at night. You telephone him, you are basically telling the U.S. system, the intelligence people, what you want them to hear, what you say.
Rather than say, okay, there's a new president and let's just hand the files over and do a peaceful transition. They really wanted to mess with the incoming president at a time when he was the most vulnerable, which was right after the election and his team was preparing. And so this culminated with attacks on General Flynn. When General Flynn was doing exactly what Susan Rice and Samantha Power admitted in House testimony that they were doing in their transition. If you read the transcript, Susan Rice admits this is what she did. Of course she had a transition period. Of course they talked to other countries. If you weren't talking to other countries, you weren't doing your job. You were preparing to take over the national security apparatus of the greatest country in the world.
Tensions get unnecessarily high with a nuclear armed superpower. You don't necessarily know where things are going to go. So it's probably for the best to try to keep things on a low boil.
In 2015, Putin had said some complimentary things about then-candidate Donald Trump.
After Vladimir Putin praised Donald Trump as, quote, undoubtedly a bright and talented person.
When people call you brilliant, it's always good, especially when the person heads up Russia.
Candidate Donald Trump responded with saying nice things about him. He has a total, absolute understanding of who Putin is. He knows he's a killer. He knows he's an amoral man. He's somebody we have to deal with. Putin may be somebody you wouldn't want to deal with personally, but when I represent 320 million people, he has a nuclear weapon, I better get to know him. But they saw that, and they could exploit those comments that Trump had made, which really meant nothing. They were less damaging than the comment that President Obama had made just a few years earlier when he told Medvedev, who is sort of Putin's flunky, he said, tell Vladimir when the election is over, I can go easier on him. Wow. Had Trump ever said that, they'd impeach him right away. The New York Times would have done an editorial the next day and said, impeach president, wants to sell our country.
They had the picture of Donald Trump, and in that picture, they refused to admit that part of Donald Trump could be geopolitical. Therefore, they have to have sinister explanations, like he's Putin's agent. He was bribed, he was corrupted, he was blackmailed, or whatever. And that is how the FBI people were going to get him.
You look at this White House now, and it's hard to imagine two FBI agents ending up in the sit room. How did that happen?
I sent them. Something I probably wouldn't have done or maybe gotten away with in a more organized investigation, a more organized administration, in the George W. Bush administration, for example, or the Obama administration. And in both of those administrations, there was process. And so if the FBI wanted to send agents into the White House itself to interview a senior official, you would work through the White House counsel, and there'd be discussions and approvals and who would be there. And I thought it's early enough, let's just send a couple guys over.
James Comey and his band of thugs at the FBI, under his leadership, McCabe, Strzok, Page. Comey bragged of this.
Oh, I pulled that off. I basically played a trick and got away with it. If it had been in a more experienced administration, I wouldn't have gotten away with it. And the audience was, isn't it? How funny to set up an innocent man.
James Comey knew the protocol from the FBI was to call over the White House counsel and request a meeting with the National Security Advisor or any other senior staff. Mike Flynn sat down with those two FBI agents. They're then supposed to write what are called 302s.
A 302 is an FBI report of an interview. They interviewed General Flynn just 2 days into his new term as National Security Advisor for the newly inaugurated president. And they did it in what was a complete ambush.
The day that Mike Flynn had the interview with Pete Strzok and Joe Pienka, several members of the National Security staff, including the Intelligence Programs Office, were on Mike Flynn's calendar for a briefing. Ezra was part of that team that was going to be briefing Mike Flynn on that day. Flynn had brought in a young guy named Ezra Cohen to work for him as he went about trying to reset the intelligence community's focus. He arrived at Flynn's office, and as he explained it, he's standing there and he's waiting for the meeting to begin. The time is running over, and he turns to Flynn's assistant. He says, "Who's the general in there with?" And the assistant says, "The general, he's in there for a FBI intelligence briefing." This was very confusing to Ezra because, in fact, the intelligence briefing that was supposed to be with the FBI was set up for the following day. Ezra's waiting there, and he starts getting this incredible sinking feeling, knowing that Mike Flynn is meeting by himself with 2 FBI agents. Ezra immediately gets on the phone and calls John Eisenberg, the White House National Security Council legal advisor. John Eisenberg is furious. John races down to Mike Flynn's office, and as he arrives, Pete Strzok and Joe Pientka are leaving the interview. Following day after the fateful Flynn interview, there was the scheduled intelligence briefing. At the interview was General Flynn, KT McFarland, Keith Kellogg, Ezra Cohen-Watnick, John Eisenberg, and from the FBI were Bill Priestap and Andy McCabe. McCabe, at the end of the meeting, goes to Flynn's desk, and he says, "General, do you mind if I have a word with you?" Flynn says, "Sure, absolutely. What's up, Andy?" McCabe pulls out the draft interview notes from the Flynn interview out of his lock bag, and he says to Flynn, waving it around, "I just want to let you know we've decided there's nothing here, and we're considering this matter closed." Of course, we know that this was a complete lie, one of McCabe's many lies. After McCabe left, Flynn called back in the group of NSC staffers that had been there, pointed to the seat that McCabe was in, and said, "That is a very bad man, and he's out to get me."
2 or 3 days before he resigned, we got a phone call from the Washington Post, and a reporter had said that he had just interviewed Mike Flynn, and Mike Flynn made statements about his phone call to the Russian ambassador, said that he hadn't discussed sanctions. But the Washington Post reporter says, "But we have a transcript," or they were read a transcript that says the opposite. So we go into General Flynn's office. He said, "I've gone over and over. I can't remember which phone call I had, what conversation in." But what really struck me was, wait a minute. They're talking about a phone call that would have been classified at the highest level. It was so highly classified, I didn't even know the transcript existed, much less was cleared to read it. And yet somehow the Washington Post had a copy of it.
When the David Ignatius article came out of the Washington Post, Mike Flynn was summoned by Mike Pence. He gave us this indication that something wasn't right, and what he was referring to was the fact that Pence had bought into this assault from David Ignatius.
That story then broke. Let me put it this way. It had an external effect and an internal effect. And the internal effect was a lot of people were upset about it. It was basically the chief of staff and other very, very senior advisors were having these conversations. And they continued through the weekend.
So Flynn is really coming under an enormous amount of pressure from the vice president to explain his call from Kislyak. It seemed very unusual that the vice president would be taking this level of interest in this. We now know that it was because he had come under the influence of his chief of staff, who of course was compromised by Comey's inner circle. They're constantly making Lieutenant General Flynn radioactive, to the point where I'm sure the vice president and president are saying to themselves, well, how do we get this calmed down? Maybe if we get rid of Flynn, it will calm down.
Like I could tell, people were out to get him fired. But I ran around and I started trying to talk to anybody who would listen. I was like, you can't do this. This is dumb. This doesn't deserve this. And also I was trying to appeal to people's self-interest and saying, if you give the president's enemies a scalp like this so early over something so trivial, you're not feeding the beast. The beast doesn't get fat and happy and go to sleep. It brays for more blood. This will not turn this off. This will make everything worse. I can remember at about 6:30 that night, all of us, myself, KT, General Flynn, and the 2 executive assistants, all in his office, we were urging him to try to see if he could just go see him. Go to the residence and see the president. And he wouldn't try. He's like, I'm not going to go, and he has to make his own decision, and I'm going to leave it to him, and I will abide by whatever his decision is. My sense was always that the president was reluctant to do it, really liked and still likes General Flynn. Got along well in the campaign. They clicked in a way that he didn't click with any of his other small team of foreign policy advisors, and really felt the loss. And you could almost tell he immediately regretted it. And on Monday, like 8 o'clock at night, I think, was when General Flynn resigned.
We begin with a major shakeup inside the Trump White House. National Security Advisor Michael Flynn forced to resign after what the administration is calling an erosion of trust. At issue, Flynn's call with the Russian ambassador on the same day President Obama was imposing new sanctions on Russia because of Russia.
Once Flynn was gone, there was nobody to ride herd over what the operation that they had, carried over into the administration was going to do. And so they got basically carte blanche. And from there, they began, they were spying on the president, his family, his associates, spying on the administration. When Flynn left, literally within 2 days of that, Ezra first discovered this enormous number of unmaskings that had been done, over 300 of them. At the end of January in 2017, Ezra Cohen was asked to review a very, very benign policy on how to unmask U.S. persons' names. Ezra asked one of his subordinates to get an example of how the unmaskings had been kept track of at the White House so that they could write this into the policy. When he came back the next day, Ezra came to his office and he found a phone book size stack of documents on his desk. And he was told that this stack of documents was the unmasking log from the Obama White House just for the past 6 months. Ezra, after consulting with his staff, decided that the prudent thing to do would be to notify the NSC legal advisor, John Eisenberg. He came back to Ezra several days later in early February 2017 and asked him to retrieve 10 of the reports that had been unmasked by Susan Rice. As the reports came off the printer and they began to look at them in Ezra's office, it immediately became clear that their worst fears were coming true. That the reports, the intelligence that Susan Rice had unmasked, the names that she had unmasked, were the names of Trump campaign officials. And it dawned on them that effectively Susan Rice, in her capacity as Obama's national security advisor, was using her power and authority to surreptitiously spy on and obtain non-public information about the activities of her political rivals in the Trump transition team. Ezra's continuing the mission after Flynn's departure that really broke the dam open. After they briefed the president and the front office, there was probably a week or two where they were just trying to get their heads around what they were even looking at. It was so shocking. And they decided that they would engage with Devin and say, hey, do you know anything about this? What is going on here? Devin Nunes being the one person elected to political office who really stepped up to help kind of peel the onion open, if you will.
Good afternoon. I know a lot of you are not from the U.S. Congress, so I haven't had a chance to brief a lot of you in the past, but just in order to keep you all fully updated on what's happening with this investigation, today I briefed the president on the concerns that I had about incidental collection and how it relates to President-elect Trump and his transition team.
I mean, I knew it when I saw those transcripts leaked. I knew that we had a big problem on our hands. In this very room, luckily we had some patriots that came forward from the intelligence community and said, look, they were doing some really bad things with unmaskings. You need to know about this, and essentially showed me how to go find it. I'm not going to get into too much of the unmasking of my sources because they're patriots, and to this day nobody knows who they are, and I'm going to keep it that way. The morons in the press think they know who it is. We're the House Intelligence Committee. We just deal with the 17 intelligence agencies. We had people that were very skilled in those areas, but we had no one that was really skilled at the Department of Justice. We got to have somebody who can bust down the doors at the FBI and DOJ, and we don't have that.
Kash Patel. Kash Patel is
Kashyap Patel, or Kash as he's known in Washington.
Kash, I believe, brought a very different energy to that team. As Jack Langer says, who's the communications director, Jack said, it was a relatively sleepy committee. We barely spoke to the press. They're pretty easygoing. They're mellow. And here's Kash. I mean, he's an ethnic New Yorker from Queens, New York, Indian family who lived in Africa. And he just brought an entirely new energy to that team.
Cash was fundamental to gathering information and pushing this. He's got great instincts. This is a guy who really understands the players. Cash knows the intelligence community like I know the State Department.
When he came in to talk to me and started walking me through like some of the problems at DOJ, just kind of big picture problems. And almost on the spot, I said, "You want a job?"
I told Devin, I said, "Yeah, I'll take the job." But I was so upset at the lack of internal accountability at the DOJ and the FBI that I said, we have to, whatever we find, we're putting out. And I said, look, if we find something that's bad, we're putting it out. And he goes, deal. I worked closely with Trey Gowdy, who was on the committee at the time. And when I first met him, it was a memorable experience. He goes, because he had just come off Benghazi, and he said, well, welcome to the Hill Cache. This is where good investigations come to die. So we both started laughing. We honestly thought it would be an investigation that almost no one would talk about.
By the time March comes around, we have no intelligence products whatsoever that tie the Trump campaign to Russia. All we have is this dossier that supposedly they're looking into.
So the Steele dossier, it would become the central document for the investigation.
And I remember reading it, and as I'm driving home, I get on the phone and call my best friend in politics, Mark Meadows, and I'm like, Mark, this stinks. There's something going on.
As soon as I heard about the Steele dossier, I downloaded a copy and looked at it and laughed.
If I saw something like the Steele dossier, immediately I'd put Steele under investigation. I'd say, what the hell are you giving me? This is, National Enquirer. When I heard about it in the newspaper, I said, this is ridiculous that they would premise an intelligence investigation on what is clearly a piece of garbage.
Everybody in this town, in the swamp, had that dossier, pretty much. All the left-wing reporters and many high-level reporters at the highest media outlets were all shopped this dossier. In fact, they started, producing fake news stories based off that dossier.
A big part of that New York Times interview they did with Trump focused on what's called the dossier.
Do you think that the original P-tape dossier will prove to be true? Well, we know what he's talking about. He's talking about Christopher Steele's dossier.
So when we went in to be briefed, it's called the Gang of Eight briefing, around the first part of January of 2017. They came to present this intelligence community assessment, and at the end, they start talking about this information, about this dossier information. Very clearly, I asked, where did this come from? These are pretty serious accusations about anybody, right? P-tapes and prostitution and Moscow hotel rooms. I mean, gosh. And why haven't we seen this? Right? Why haven't somebody should have had this? That was essentially the first time they lied and misled us.
So the Steele dossier was out for a couple months, and I had read it a little bit, but I didn't focus on it because I didn't realize I was going to be coming to work and do this investigation. So I was like, all right, whatever. It's just another piece of the Russia banana show. And I looked at it and I was like, there's just no way this thing's accurate. And Devin was like, well, how do we figure that out? And I said, easy. Let's take a couple of quick things that we can readily prove to be accurate just using public sources. Did person X travel to Prague on a certain date? Great, let's go get the airline records. This isn't hard. Easy. It's an international trip. He was either there or not. And if he wasn't there, where was he? Because if he was in, say, Montana, we'd go find the people that said he was in Montana, or a credit card statement or a hotel statement. Then for some of the more outrageous and salacious components of it, the name of the hotel that Steele alleged that President Trump had misbehaved, there's no such room at that hotel in Russia, in Moscow. But the author of the document, we had found out, was an FBI source. So I said, okay, if he's an FBI source, I said, Devin, he's getting paid. We had to dig into his background a little bit just to verify for ourselves. Yeah, he's a career intelligence officer. He's worked with the United States and other partners around the country, had spent time in Russia. So looks good on paper. But what I found out at the Department of Justice is just because it looks good on paper doesn't mean that person's legit. And, the biggest example of that is James Comey.
Christopher Steele is allegedly a former spy, is willing to do what his clients want him to do. And his clients included Hillary Clinton, the Democratic National Committee, and yes, the FBI. He met with the FBI during the campaign at least 13 times. The documents show 11 of those times he was paid money. Which agencies weren't involved in helping either write or push out this dossier? Now we know the State Department, for instance, Jonathan Weiner, a key official in the Kerry State Department, who really has nothing to do with Russia, who looks to me to be, actually he confessed to helping create part of what turned out to be the dossier. He's not only talking to Christopher Steele and is a close buddy and friend of his. So, you know, in my view, the dossier really was never Russia disinfo. It was always Clinton disinfo. And we can't underestimate how involved the State Department was in pushing this dossier lie out.
Through our investigative process, we found out that a firm representing Christopher Steele, Fusion GPS, was somehow involved in the matter.
Following the money. If we could follow the money, we would ultimately figure out who was paying Fusion GPS.
I walked him through the investigation. I said, this is why I think this happened. This source said X. We can prove it if we subpoena the bank. And he's like, you want to subpoena a bank? I said, Devin, give me one subpoena, and if I'm wrong, you can fire me. He gave me the subpoena, and we went after the bank. It wasn't like we served the subpoena and everybody went away. Fusion GPS forced us into federal court into litigation over the subpoena itself. And that was when everybody was like, we're on to something.
Fusion GPS is a very, they're very talented at what they do. They're a racketeering outfit. They're essentially, they make things up about people. They spread it to the people in the press. They get them to run the fake news stories. And then even worse, then they find different ways to feed it into the FBI.
And all of these things sort of started coming together in a very unusual fashion. I said, Devin, we're following the money, and I'm going to tell you right now that the DNC and Hillary paid for this. It was 9 a.m. on a weekday, and he literally looks at me and he goes, Cash, if you're going to start drinking this morning, get out of my office. It always goes back to the money, and it's the easiest thing to follow because you have to document it in some fashion or you got to move it in some way. We were able to, pursuant to the judge's authority, allow myself and one other colleague to visit banks' attorneys and review in closed session the records. And we were not allowed to disclose it to anybody what we reviewed. And then finally, on the eve of the ruling of the court, Fusion disclosed that Christopher Steele had been paid by the DNC themselves. There were names that would eventually come out that were being paid by Fusion. Names now that are public, but at the time weren't. Nellie Orr, the wife of Bruce Orr, was being paid by Fusion GPS. We would come to learn to do Russian intelligence information gathering and then submit it to the FBI. We were able to figure out that the attorneys, Perkins Coie, were the attorneys for the DNC. Nellie had been working, Gruesom's wife, had been working for Fusion GPS. The folks that Perkins Coie paid $10 million to, and then they took that $10 million and paid Christopher Steele $168,000 to dig up dirt. They paid Nellie Orr, I think, $50,000 to do her research against the president and his daughter. And they fed all of that directly to the Bureau, who then used it in the Pfizer and in the investigation against the president. So now you've connected the money and the people and put the political party right in the middle of your opponent. It's outrageous.
I've got to give great credit to Devin Nunes because he was willing to go the next step. He was willing to look to where was the funding coming from for the dossier, to go the next step to find out that this was a political document, that it was funded by the Democratic Party itself and Hillary Clinton's campaign. We would not have known that if Devin Nunes hadn't said, all right, look, we're going to do a true assessment of the veracity of the information that we're getting. We're not just going to look at the conclusions. We're going to look at the substance behind those conclusions. Look for biases, look for areas in which it's not accurate, and then pursue those to determine what is the truth.
If what was said in this dossier, the central thesis of the dossier was Carter Page, a Trump campaign associate, is a Russian, basically, asset. And the critical mass in the dossier, in the Steele dossier, was it said Carter Page went to Russia, met with these two guys, Russian oligarchs, and the Steele dossier said at that meeting, Carter Page, a member of the Trump campaign, negotiated an agreement whereby he would get 10 to 15% of Rosneft, which is like the biggest gas firm in Russia, in exchange for his cooperation to work on behalf of the Russians to get better agreements from the Americans when Donald Trump was elected. Now, I told Devin, I said, if that's true, he's a Russian agent, the Pfizer was righteous, and a lot of people are going to have a lot of problems. But I also said, if that's false, they're screwed. If the Steele dossier were true, the Russians were going to pay this guy $12 billion. Like, okay, open up a bank account. Where's this guy going to move his money? Turns out they had nothing to back up their claims.
Cash had gotten Pfizer's before, so he knew they had done something really corrupt in order to get that warrant.
We were collecting our documents. We were talking to the FBI. We were talking to DOJ, and they told us, they said, look, you guys are charged with looking into Russian active measures. You should know that this is how we surveilled a certain individual who we thought had ties to the Trump campaign. And we were like, what? And then we went and read it, and having done Pfizer's myself, I was like, this might be one of the worst documents I've ever seen.
The FISA warrant process has to be followed carefully, and it matters because the warrants are issued ex parte. Here's what I mean. Imagine you're being sued, and you don't know you're being sued, and you can't have a lawyer to defend you in court, and then you found out you just lost a lawsuit. There's not an American who would say that's the most unfair process I've ever heard in my life, and he would say that's the FISA court process. You're being essentially sued in court, and you're not allowed to have a lawyer, and you're not allowed to even know that you're being sued. You're not allowed to look at any of the information being used against you, and you just lost, because now they have a FISA warrant and they can just do whatever they want. That goes against everyone's fundamental sense of fairness as a person. Now, the reason, of course, you don't tell the person you're about to spy on them is because you think they're a terrorist, and if you tell them we're spying on you, obviously they'll change. The compromise or the deal with the devil was supposed to be that in exchange for not giving the person the due process rights that go back to the Magna Carta, that just go back to your holy book of choice, the idea that if you're accused, you're allowed to face your accusers. You have this in every major religious tradition. The deal with the devil, though, is that everything will be meticulously audited, it'll be reviewed, everything will be truthful, everything will be bulletproof. That procedure, of course, wasn't followed.
We now know the dossier was used in the FISA. So we had shredded the credibility of the dossier. And then once we found out it was in the FISA, we couldn't tell anyone yet. Once those two merged, I said, Devin, this is insane that this document was used to go up on a surveillance warrant of an American citizen.
The second part of that FISA is even worse, and that is that they ran spies even before they got a FISA warrant into the Trump campaign. Governments paid United States taxpayers paying for spies to spy on a political campaign, before you even get a FISA warrant. And then not only that, it's exculpatory evidence that they don't even tell the court about.
It was the first time they applied for the application to spy on Americans. The FISA court judge said, it sounds like you want to spy on political operatives. And the application was denied.
They knew Christopher Steele was leaking to the State Department and news media because they had the State Department's documents. That's derogatory information. They didn't tell the court that. They knew that Carter Page was an asset for the CIA, not a stooge for the Russians. They didn't tell the court that. They knew that George Papadopoulos and Carter Page had made statements of innocence, not knowing they were being recorded by the undercover informant Stefan Halper. They don't tell the court that, even though it's in the book, it's in the manual, the FBI manual. This is what you got to do.
So now they've begun this giant web. And if Carter Page or George Papadopoulos had contacted me, Stephen Bannon, Kellyanne Conway, or anybody else within the campaign, it's very likely that all of those people were also being listened to. That unmasking also occurred on literally the day Donald Trump was sworn in as the 45th president of the United States, and they unmasked the Trump children, who clearly they were also listening to.
I knew that I was unmasked, that we were targeted. It was sort of assumed that we were targeted. And I always say, hey, listen, I don't think it would be any stretch of the imagination to say that I, the son of the president of the United States, duly elected, but as a civilian, as a citizen, as someone who worked on a campaign, was the number 2 target of the greatest hoax ever perpetrated on the American people.
So I'm Generation X, and some kind of significant meme that surfaced before we called them memes was 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. This is pre-social media. The idea would be, how many connections would it take you to get to a world-famous celebrity? Well, the reason I bring up 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon is because to spy on the Trump campaign, the FBI used the 3-jump rule.
In these FISA warrants, when you surveil one party, you have what is known as a 2-jump rule. You not only get to spy on Carter Page, but you get 2 jumps, or as the Obama administration would have it, 3 jumps from Carter Page, the surveilled person.
You don't even need 3 jumps. 2 jumps get you everywhere you want to be within the campaign, as long as you have like a network node.
Having wiretapped Carter Page, you can now wiretap Steve Bannon. Corey Lewandowski then talks to Trump. You've got a 3rd jump, so now you're wiretapping everyone. So that's what they were trying to do, figuring if they could get into the Trump campaign, somewhere there would be a crime.
January 17, the dossier comes out. March, April, we start our investigation. Summertime, we're cranking on document production and collating a list of witnesses we're going to interview. Fall, hit the home run with the fusion clowns and figure out who paid for the dossier. So now we're in September, October, going into the holidays. And we had finally also at this time started interviewing witnesses. And in December, we got Andy McCabe. When we asked Andy McCabe, could you have gotten the FISA application against Carter Page without the Steele dossier? And he said no. And I think we ended up doing 65 interviews. We hit everybody, former attorneys generals, Loretta Lynch, Sally Yates, Andy McCabe, James Comey. The central thesis was the Trump campaign colluded with the Russian government to hijack the election. Okay, let's find out. So we came up with the 3C questions we were going to ask every single witness. Do you have any evidence or information that the Trump campaign colluded, conspired, or coordinated with any member of the Russian government, with any member of the Trump campaign or Trump presidency? And all 65 witnesses under oath said no to every question. We had to ask that because they were saying it in the media that happened, so these principals were the ones who would have to know that. And if they answered yes, we'd have to report that to the public. And they couldn't just answer a simple question of, where's the dirt?
Reviewing the evidence that I have, I don't think you can conclude that at all.
We had not one person claim that they had or had seen evidence of Trump colluding with the Russians. Not a single one of them could cite any evidence whatsoever that they saw. That's what was going on behind closed doors. Then on TV, you go there and you see Schiff come out and talking about how, more treason has been revealed by Trump.
All you have right now is a circumstantial case.
Actually, no, Chuck. I can tell you that the case is more than that, and I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now.
Then there was also the private world of people that we would have to interview as well. Podesta from Hillary Clinton's campaign. The CrowdStrike thing was a big deal. Podesta, as the head of the campaign, or whatever his role was, had hired this company to do a scrub of their internal services to be like, who's in our stuff, what happened, how did this go down, which is a reasonable thing to do when you get hacked. What's an unreasonable and made-up thing to do is then falsely tie it to the wrong person or country or actor. Normally what would happen in this type of hack is the FBI would come in and have our experts scrub the servers. The DNC hired CrowdStrike, and CrowdStrike was in full control, and James Comey has publicly admitted this, of what servers the FBI had access to. So the FBI was only given limited access, whatever the DNC chose. So those were the only servers they were ever able to look at. And this is why you have the disconnect that they've been saying continuously that the DNC was hacked. It was Podesta's email that was hacked. Nobody knows to this day what actually happened because the FBI has never looked at the entirety of the servers from the DNC. And they can turn those over at any time they wanted to, but they won't because they know it won't be good for them.
Stunning announcement from the White House today. President Trump fires FBI Director James Comey. It's only the second time in history that a president has fired the head of the Bureau.
I think the insurance policy morphed over time. I think initially the insurance policy was, we're going to do this investigation, we're going to get after the president, we're going to spy on his campaign. They did all that. Donald Trump and the American people surprised all of them, and President Trump wins. When he wins, the insurance policy becomes, wow, we got to make sure they don't find out what we did. And who better to find that out? Michael Flynn. So they go after Michael Flynn. Once they get him gone, they think they're fine until Jim Comey gets fired, because Jim Comey was traveling into the next administration too. When he gets fired, then the insurance policy morphs again and it becomes, Shazam, we got to do something now. We've lost Comey. We've lost our man. So what does Comey do? Leaks his memos to get a special counsel appointed, and who better than his best pal, Bob Mueller, to run it for 2 years. That's how the insurance policy morphed over time.
Robert Mueller, it was mid-May, I think, wants his old job back. He's out to pasture. Clearly he's losing his cognitive capacity, but he thinks, or his buddies think, that he can come back to direct the FBI like he did before. And why is that important? Because if Mueller, who's good buddies with Comey, with Weissman, with all of these Trump-hating, anti-American, Democrat cabal operatives, if they can get Bob, their buddy, back at the Hoover Building, he can just shred it all. He can make all the evidence disappear. Operation Crossfire Hurricane against Mike Flynn, everything else will just be deep-sixed. So Mueller is escorted to the White House by Rod Rosenstein, his friend. Rod Rosenstein, arch, deep state swamp creature, is in fact running Donald Trump's Department of Justice, because Jeff's just removed himself. President meets with Robert Mueller out of professional courtesy, realizes within minutes, sorry, you can't even string a coherent sentence. You don't represent making America great again. Your old school establishment, you're past your sell-by date. Thank you very much. No thanks. Less than 24 hours later, the guy who's really running the DOJ, Rod Rosenstein, makes his friend, Robert Mueller, the most powerful man in the world. He makes him special counsel, special prosecutor, who has the power to bring down the president.
Mueller should never have taken the job. He was compromised, he was conflicted, and it was the appointment arose, it flowed from an illegal act by his friend James Comey, the release of those files. It was part of a coup. And when he came on board, he could have known and should have known that there was nothing to investigate. And he should have shut it down. Instead, he harassed the president for years. And then they have this extraordinary raid on Manafort's home where they go in and start taking pictures of his suits to prove that he was buying expensive suits outside of his regular income. It's completely absurd. They're investigating Russia, and they nail Manafort on mortgage fraud and having expensive suits.
They know that there's nothing there. Comey and McCabe know that they have done bad things. And the special counsel's investigation now is a way of trying to cover their tracks. And they've got their buddies in there, and they're trying their best to cover for them. And hopefully they will get one wrong thing so that they can make a splash and all of their crimes will be forgotten.
We were pretty careful because we didn't want to step over any lines, and it ends up the corruption is just far worse than even we could have imagined, and we imagined it was pretty bad. When the Nunes memo came out, we thought the whole thing's over. This blows up. It's the end of Mueller. It's the end of the investigation, and the investigators need to be
investigated.
Before it was published, they were all saying that Nunes is reckless. This is extremely damaging to national security. The FBI, the DOJ is going to suffer all kinds of negative consequences. Informants are going to be outed. Everybody's going to die. Nunes is killing everybody is the best way I can sum up the narrative that they had going for him back then. Then once the thing actually came out, it was clear that, look, man, there's no national security threats in people finding out that they used the Steele dossier to get a warrant to spy on Carter Page. So then at that point, the narrative shift to it was a nothing burger. There was nothing in this, all the hoopla over this, okay, so they used these unconfirmed allegations to spy on an American citizen. What's the big deal? Carter Page is a weird guy anyway, and, so I'm sure he deserved it. What's the big deal? We had information in there revealing that Comey and McCabe had testified to us that the FBI agents who interviewed Michael Flynn did not think he was lying. We had that in our report, and it was redacted. And at the time that our report came out, Comey was going around on a book tour on the country and saying that he didn't know anything about that.
How is it ethical to brief the President of the United States on an unverifiable and salacious dossier? And how is it ethical leadership to not tell him that his political opposition, Hillary Clinton, paid for that?
Shortly after that was when Schiff came out with his counter memo, the Schiff memo, in which he argued that everything in the memo we said was false, that there were no problems whatsoever in the Pfizer warrant on Carter Page, nothing wrong with the dossier, everything's good, the FBI and DOJ did everything right, Nunes doesn't know what he's talking about, he just made all this stuff up. So they have these two dueling memos, but when the Schiff memo came out, that was championed by the media as the definitive debunking of the Nunes memo. All this stuff that Schiff said is true because Schiff said it.
Devin Nunes was subject to such scorn for saying the conclusions that we brought forth in that report, which all proved to be true. The Mueller investigation had to acknowledge them. Today, the Department of Justice acknowledges them. And they certainly contradict all of the national media narrative that we all had to live with for over a year.
After the IG report came out, I would have thought there would be some kind of, little media frenzy, asking Schiff if he stands by his memo.
Looked in the camera and said they hacked John Podesta's emails. We know for a fact that Putin's government did that. You can't, and you know you can't, and you're hiding behind weasel words.
I just said that
they hacked John Podesta's emails.
Russians, I'm not going to be specific as to
because you don't know it, that's why. All right.
He would constantly say, I have seen evidence of collusion and conspiracy, the questions we were asking. We did it for a reason. And we would go to him and his staff and said, okay, are you seeing something we're not? Because if you are, we'd like to know. But he knew he could just say it on TV, on certain organizations, and then hide behind, well, it's all classified, I can't get into it. They went straight back to attacking us personally, the media and the left. So there were more attacks on Devin and me. We would always say we're over the target when the ass clowns in the media on the left were just shelling us at the same time. And we knew that was coming the second we hit send, and it came hard.
The story in the V came out when?
The cocaine yachts prostitute story? The most absolutely outlandish stories about Devin, and it would be so ridiculous, things that would absolutely defy belief. He was a dumb farmer. He's corrupt, and we were seeing very early on these accusations that he was a Putin stooge, which really stood out to us because the guy, his entire career, he's been a Russia hawk. And there was, for example, a giant billboard on our main highway in the district back home. You had analysts talking on MSNBC speculating whether the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee is actually a Russian asset. Some person filed the California equivalent of the Freedom of Information Act against Devin's wife, who's an elementary school teacher, to get all of her work emails.
They started going after his family, and that's just absurd and totally off limits, and writing crazy things on social media and in articles.
I was not just stalked
by the fake and phony press who would hang out right outside this office and follow me everywhere they went.
For Best Supporting Actor in working with the Trump administration and going to meet with them on the investigation.
I also had these big picture fake news stories.
This was going on both at the national level in the pages of the Washington Post, the New York Times, and the local level back home.
The media had gone wild. They had been writing crazy stories about everybody, including myself, which was unheard of at the time, to write about a staffer, leak his name, call him basically a genocidal dictator.
Gosh, they kind of portray it as this sort of Machiavellian genius behind what the hipsy Republicans were doing. You know, a guy nobody should be listening to.
They knew that Cash was the one that was giving us the roadmap.
I remember a specific circumstance where Rod Rosenstein was confronted with the fact that he had signed renewal for this Pfizer warrant. And he turned to Kash Patel and said to Kash that if this did not stop, if the criticism of Rosenstein persisted, if the efforts to call him to account for that signature were elevated, that it might be Kash himself that would be subject of surveillance of our government.
It used to be politicians launched grenades at each other, and that was considered warfare and fair enough. All's fair. You beat me, I beat you. We run dirty ads, but now we're getting down to destroying the reputations of individual people.
At its core, this was an information operation, an information warfare operation. It was designed to get out a specific narrative, and that narrative in this case was that Trump is a traitor and he was colluding with the Russians.
The bigger problem is the reporting that the same group of circus animals is conducting is not true. It's not accurate.
You know, in having conversations with reporters as they were continuing to play this story out in the national media, we would explain to them that if you go into a classified briefing and you receive classified information and you step out and you tell reporters that information, you have committed a crime. If you go to that same classified briefing and step out and lie about what happened, you've not committed a crime. So the reporters should be suspect. They should question whether or not this person really is committing a crime or whether or not they're just spinning them and giving them the information that they want to have reported.
I honestly think most at some point would say, you know what, why bother? I just retire from Congress, just go do something else, have a quiet life where, I don't got to deal with this nonsense every single day. But that's just not Devin's nature. His nature is when you're punched, always punch back. And I think that was always his instinct through this whole thing. I mean, he can't be bullied and he can't be intimidated. And at its root, that is what the whole media operation against him was trying to achieve.
Biggest misconception about Devin Nunes is that the memo he released was a hoax, when in fact Adam Schiff's memo was a hoax. They attack Devin Nunes for the Nunes memo based on what Adam Schiff said. And if you're an honest person, you would say, well, how could you just say the Democrat wrote a memo, the Republican wrote a memo, all politicians lie, they're both probably full of shit. I would be okay with that. We know that Adam Schiff claimed that he had evidence of Russian collusion, and he's never called out for any of that. But if you're a Republican making those kind of claims, you would never live them down. The media's role in the Russiagate hoax is complex because what we had suspected was proven, ironically, of all places, in the Mueller report. The Mueller report showed how the information laundering works. Someone within the FBI leaks something to Michael Isikoff or David Korn or someone at the Washington Post. That person in the Washington Post writes an article based on the leak, and then the FBI goes and says, look, we have this story about this thing, which means this thing must be true. And then the FBI takes action on that, and then the information goes back to the Washington Post. That's how the information laundering cycle works. Now, boom, number one story, CNN's reporting that this dossier exists and it contains scandalous information. Who knows if it's true or not? It's salacious. There's a whole big if true thing. Does Trump pee on prostitutes? Well, I mean, how do you know that he didn't, right? I can't say for certainty that he didn't. Oh, so now people are like, oh, Trump peed on prostitutes. I can't believe this. It was all, of course, a big hoax. But that's how you launder that information, and you get a document that is based on fabrications into the news cycle.
For me, going into House Intelligence Committee, it's supposed to be sort of a closed-door meeting. I'm there voluntarily cooperating, trying to help. I believe I was in there for 9 hours straight. And I got done, it was about 7:30 at night. I walk out the building, I finally get my phone back, open up Twitter, and I'm looking, 11:30. Don Jr. said this. It's supposed to be, behind closed doors, and literally at every bathroom break, someone's leaking to CNN what's going on in the room. Like, why would anyone voluntarily go in there and try to work with them to get answers, knowing that they have no intention of trying to deal in good faith?
We're entering into a new era of information warfare. But the information warfare that most scares me is the very tactics that our Defense Intelligence Agency, our CIA, our NSA have used for years to create misinformation and propaganda, the ability to create false reality on social media, and news organizations. They've now been turned inward on the American people. Somebody created a false illusion of sophisticated, extraordinary capabilities. The idea that you're going to take a document that says Carter Page is a CIA asset helping the American public and change it to say, no, he's a Russian stooge, and fake a court with that, fake the Congress with that. That's how far the FBI went. That is information warfare. That's misinformation at the highest levels. And I don't think the American public has come to grips with what the potential threshold we just crossed.
It's illegal to possess these stolen documents. It's different for the media. So everything you learn about this, you're learning from us.
When CNN says on air, you, the public, are not allowed to look at these, that's what we're here to do. At some point, you've got to say, wow, you got some big balls to stand up on national television and tell the entire world, don't read this, I'll read it to you. I have personal friends who are reporters or who are in like neoconservative or neoliberal fields who genuinely still believe this stuff. They still believe it because their jobs, their livelihoods, their histories, their backgrounds, their resumes depend on them believing it. A lot of this will come down to the supposed fact checkers and editors in newsrooms whose names none of us know off the top of our heads. What role did they play in all of this? Isn't their job to send the bad copy back to Chris Saleza and say, we can't really put this up on the CNN website? Well, why not? Well, firstly, it's not news. It's your opinion. And secondly, it's a mental opinion. It doesn't bear anything close to reality. What are you doing? Please don't send me anything like this again.
Police your own industry. There should be real journalists that stand up and say, this is a phony reporter. This is an advocate. Don't listen to this person.
All those who perpetrated this false story have sat in a bunker and refused to acknowledge their wrongdoing, refused to do what they ethically, morally should have done, which is say, we got it wrong and we're sorry and we'll be better at it next time. And instead, we just moved on to another false scandal and created Ukraine, and we'll probably create another false scandal after that.
Half the time when CNN has, bombshell news, it was about me, and it was a lie. These same people, right, that told Congress, no, we didn't see anything. They literally testified under oath the exact opposite, but there's no consequence. We will go on TV day in and day out and lie to the American people to their face, and nothing's going to happen to us.
Fire Robert Mueller.
Fake news, folks. Fake news.
What's your message today?
Typical New York Times fake stories.
Mr. Trump.
Go back to 2016. Trump is Hitler. Trump is Hitler. Trump is Hitler. Trump is evil. Trump represents fascism. Trump represents the rise of the new Reich or something. This was their narrative. And this wasn't something that was just put out on the internet or shouted by the Michael Moores and the Code Pinks of the world. This was high-level CNN, Washington Post, social justice crusader narratives and language that was used in the highest levels of America's media institutions.
New York's Daily News ran this front page earlier this week. Trump is Hitler.
And so then when Trump wins in a massive upset, suddenly they have a big problem, because how in their walled garden can they explain that a guy that they told all of their people was the second coming of Hitler, how could 62 million Americans vote for Hitler, right? And so they have a big problem there. How do you explain that away? Are 62 million Americans Nazis, right? No, that doesn't make any sense. Like that's a bridge too far. Then they see the Russia collusion narrative sitting right there in front of them and say, why don't we just say that he cheated? So in their movie, Trump cheated with the help of Vladimir Putin, and then that became the reason that America elected the next Adolf Hitler, and that it became useful for so many various interests. Rachel Maddow uses it to gin up her ratings, right? Because she says, we're going to get him, we're going to catch him, we're going to uncover this.
Well, unfortunately, until this is released, I can't comment on the underlying documents, but I can say among the changes that I thought were notable,
instead of some, smoking gun that was always promised, it's classified. You can't see it, right? That was the game they played until Rick Grinnell blew that one up. Maybe these guys just actually believe that collusion is real and they're operating in good faith. In reality, that wasn't the goal. The goal was never to prove collusion. The goal was always indictments, convictions, and then impeachment. And that was the goal from the very start of all of it.
This is exclusive CNN video. This is what happened this morning before sunrise, just before 6 a.m., when Roger Stone, longtime Trump associate and advisor, was taken into custody by the FBI.
On the morning of January 25th, 25 heavily armed FBI agents in full SWAT gear and brandishing assault weapons arrived at my home at 6 o'clock in the morning in 17 armored vehicles. There was an FBI helicopter overhead. I lived on a canal, so there were two amphibious units that pulled up to the dock with frogmen who were also armed. Then they dragged my wife out of the house in her night clothing and bare feet so she could share my humiliation for the CNN cameras. Now, CNN's cameras, we know from the security footage, shows that the CNN camera showed up exactly 14 minutes before the FBI. This would make it the shortest journalistic stakeout in American history. I think, as most people know, I was targeted for a political prosecution because of my longtime support and friendship for the president.
Stone says he has been encouraging Donald Trump to run for president since 1988.
I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning. Between his outspokenness, his national name identification, and his issue positions, he could be a formidable candidate.
The indictment against me came up with nothing. They pasted together a very flimsy indictment for lying to Congress, even though the misstatements I made when I went voluntarily to the House Intelligence Committee were immaterial. They hid no underlying crimes. It was a Soviet-style show trial.
As I have always said, the only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about.
I was in Congress for 30 hours. I was the target because it would generate headlines. I'm sure there's an element of stress on my father that, hey, they're putting your kid through this. I mean, don't forget, it wasn't like they're saying, hey, we want to find out. You had the former vice presidential candidate of the United States for the Democrat Party, Tim Kaine, Schiff, saying that I committed treason. Treason is a crime punishable by death.
Can you imagine carrying that weight and that burden as a president, knowing that they're trying to go after your child and thinking in some way, hey, look, they're going after my son because I'm president? Do you ever think maybe at night you say to yourself, gosh, is this worth it? They're targeting my family and trying to destroy them and going after your children.
President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., was back on Capitol Hill this week to talk about his much-discussed Trump Tower meeting with a Russian lawyer who promised him damaging political info during the 2016 campaign.
And he's a father with, 5 children having to hear about this from their friends, listen to it, in school, see it in the paper, on television at night. It's such a scary thing to see it, and your heart breaks. When they tell you they want to put you in prison for life or treason punishable by death. Can you imagine when you hear this or you see this about, your father?
My biggest regret of the last 4 years was not being more vocal about what they did to General Flynn. I just said, man, there must be something here if this many people that run these institutions, I still had faith as an American in these institutions. And it was the most misguided faith I've ever had in anything in my life.
Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn thought he would walk out of court free after a sentencing hearing yesterday.
A packed courtroom was stunned as Judge Emmett Sullivan said he could not hide his disgust and his disdain for Flynn's crimes.
At first, I thought he was trying to do everything he could to get General Flynn to scream out, "I'm not guilty." He threw out the word treason, and he said you arguably sold out your country while you were in the White House. I mean, it was just a breathtaking, excoriating dialogue. I was stunned, and he even paused after his tirade for an hour while the media runs wild internationally with calls of General Flynn having committed treason. The pressure on a criminal defendant, particularly in a federal case, is beyond anybody's capacity to comprehend unless you've been there. They threatened to indict Michael Flynn, the son, if General Flynn did not immediately enter a guilty plea. Young Michael Flynn had just had a baby. He had a 4-month-old little boy. He had done nothing wrong. He had been forced to sell his house to pay legal fees. They threatened to indict him just around Thanksgiving and to indict Michael too. They just wanted to stop the pain for the whole family. They were just broken in many ways and saw no other way out. He should have never taken Flynn's guilty plea. They knew he was not an agent of Russia. They knew there was no collusion between General Flynn and anybody with Russia. We learned that they inserted into the 302 statements that he never made, things they never asked him about, to create the purported false statements. I've seen the FBI manipulate 302s before. They had done the major changes the night of February 10 after they had shown the purported transcripts of the calls with Kislyak to Vice President Pence. And then they went back that night and made changes. It was done and altered until it was approved by Andrew McCabe. If this can happen to General Michael T. Flynn, imagine what they do to anybody who has a single strike against them.
There's so much happening in this country right now that boggles the imagination, and you're at the very center of it.
If one person needs to apologize to the American people for propelling this false narrative for 30-something years, it would be Adam Schiff.
Adam Schiff is the modern day Joe McCarthy. He would come out of an intelligence briefing who would say, nothing there, and he'd go, collusion. You just got to be willing to see it. The willingness to see it is exactly what misinformation and propaganda is. If the facts aren't there and you still see it, you're delusional.
Transparency is not political, and information is power. And when individuals like the Gang of Eight are the only ones to have the information, then they go on TV and they get to say, I can't tell you, but you have to trust me. That trust has been broken because they lied to us.
The best way to clean this whole mess up is with some indictments. That's what people felt during Watergate. That's what we all should feel now if we have any sense of keeping our integrity as a country.
You know, I don't know why criminals engage in criminal behavior. I mean, we can all talk about that till we're blue in the face. The fact is they engage in seditious behavior, and they ought to be prosecuted about it. I don't know who should go to jail. I just want a regular, serious investigation. Heck, I just want someone to be questioned, let alone prosecuted.
Why do you think that is?
Because they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. You're asking the Justice Department to investigate themselves. They're not going to do it.
Does anyone really believe that FBI lawyer changed that document all on his own? Somebody had to give him that instruction. We know somebody gave the instruction to the FBI agent not to close down Mike Flynn's case when the law said you should close it down. Now we have a dual justice system. There's a Department of Justice for everyday Americans who get punished, and there's a Department of Just Us.
The thing that they were investigating the Trump campaign for, colluding with Russians, is what they themselves were doing.
not just the Democratic Party and their operatives, but also the FBI.
The Inspector General report on the Pfizer abuse and the Russia investigation was about the most damning IG report in the history of the United States. And it showed everything we had done and said was true. There isn't any information, because if there actually was, we would have heard about it by now. And the reason there isn't any information or evidence to suggest the Trump campaign coordinated or conspired or colluded with the Russian government is because they did not.
These guys have perpetrated the greatest crime against the American people ever seen. It was a coup d'etat. It was the attempt to take over a duly elected president for their own personal gain.
They made an attempt to overthrow the outcome of a presidential election. That was an American coup. You can't do with the coup d'etat that takes place in Africa or Latin America, where you seize the building of the presidency and you say, I'm the president. Some officials in the political police, the secret police, they are the ones who control the security machinery, and they say, my God, we have discovered that the president is a foreign agent, so we have to arrest him to save the country. If the people in charge of guarding the state choose to turn against the state is defenseless.
This is what third world security states do. They spy on their political opponents like this. They try to send them to jail. They try to bankrupt them.
Once you establish this precedent that, the intel agencies oversee the presidency, and if the American people make a mistake by electing the wrong guy, then it's up to them to correct that mistake. And the fact that people think like that in these agencies, I think poses a fundamental threat to democracy.
To me, this really is the crime of the century when you think about it. When you think about all these different institutions working in concert, colluding, all working towards one goal, to take out the President of the United States.
So I tried to say this was going to be bad and warn people, and I thought I had a good grasp of how bad it was going to be, and I didn't. If you had told me in December or January, as the administration was coming in, Flynn won't last a month because of an op that the deep state is going to run against him, I would have said, come on, it's bad, but it's not that bad. And then it happened. So, just to show you how good my judgment is.
I would say that Russiagate has been the most egregious, malevolent abuse of everything that was supposed to have been good about our government.
It divided the country in ways that people can't imagine. It's inspired massive violence. It's given people who are bad faith actors a license to do whatever they want because they literally feel like they're fighting Russian spies and Nazis and foreign bad actors. If you are right-wing and you're a reporter or a politician, you will have your reputation destroyed. That's if you're lucky. If you're lucky, you'll only have your reputation smeared. If you end up like some other people, you're going to get framed for crimes.
I worry that that is the future of American politics. Personal destruction at the candidate level and the party level is one thing. When it starts getting down to everyday lives, how do you get your reputation back after that? The change in tactics now is anyone who dares speak up and meet the enemy risks the possibility that they will have a false reality launched against them to destroy their reputation and to silence them. And I think that can't be what our founding fathers intended when they created this great democracy and this great constitutional republic.
The most powerful organs of the state are not merely corrupt, but that they've been weaponized to go after perceived domestic enemies. And that's very scary and bad. It means we don't live in the United States of America as any of us would like to understand it. I don't live in that country anymore. The realization of that is maybe the saddest thing I've ever gone through in my life.
It's not just that we're not the United States anymore. It's what is your humanity? What kind of a human being are you if you are essentially a slave? If you are run by intelligence services? If you're run by the press? If these are the people who dominate your public sphere? If these are the people who make decisions about how you live, about how your family lives, about how your friends live? These are the things that you have to contest all the time if you wish to stay a free person and a free people.
It's time for people to recognize that they've got to stand up and push back on the media, demand unbiased coverage, out those people who are advocates and not real journalists,
and tell your neighbors, tell everybody in your social media circle that we are the greatest country in the world, that we have the greatest system. We may not be perfect, but our system is perfect, and we know how to fix problems if we just follow the rules.
If I were writing about the time frame that we lived in and that we're living in now, I would say it wasn't supposed to happen. They weren't supposed to know.
You know, had Hillary Clinton won, we wouldn't have known the different crimes and abuses committed by rogue law enforcement officials or dirty cops, rogue intelligence officials as well. That's true, except you needed something else. Had it not been for Congressman Nunes, had he not been willing to do this, and had he not had this particular team with Kash Patel, with Jack Langer, we would not have known what had happened.
He stood up to the mob. He didn't go along with the narrative. He thought the narrative that the Trump people had colluded with Russia was wrong, and he stood up and he said so at a time when nobody else was willing to do that.
History has already exonerated Devin Nunes in many ways because he stuck to the facts. All right, it was an unpopular storyline, but he was right.
Without Nunes, we wouldn't know. We might not know anything about it. I mean, they basically have gotten away with it scot-free, which is sad because the system doesn't work, but at least it's been exposed. And without him, it wouldn't have.
Why is moral courage among members of Congress the type of moral courage that Devin Nunes has? Why is that rare? Well, it's rare in Congress because it's rare in the world. It's a rare trait to go against the mob. Aristotle had called moral courage the chief of all virtues because if you don't have courage, then you can't be honorable, because sometimes to be honorable and honest, you have to speak out against lies. You have to stand up for the truth.
That's exactly right. Every Republican, senator, and member of Congress should be saying, this is over. We want every damn bit of evidence that every intelligence agency has, or it's maybe time to shut those agencies down.
What'd you guys think? It's a pretty good movie, right? The Coup Against the President. I know it's a few years older, but really had a lot in there. So I'm trying to think if I've got anything else tonight. There's some horrible videos out there. Somebody shared the one of the kid and Mitt Romney, and I don't know, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. The stuff these people do to kids, it's disturbing. The mortgage fraud thing you're talking about, Sean Taylor did a presentation about that on PPN. We might look at that tomorrow. I really like Sean Taylor and what he has to say. What else do I got? Stuff like that. Can't even believe this video's going around. I can't believe somebody do something like that to a child. I wish they would scrap these videos from the internet. You're not familiar with that one? It's supposed to be, as far as I know, Mitt Romney, and it's a boy in a bathtub, and the hot water's going, and he's screaming, and they won't let him out of the hot water, and it's burning him, and it's too much. It's too much. I'll be on tomorrow. I may or may not be on with Mark Cook, depending on how he's doing. You know, I know he had a lot going, so we'll see about that one. Other than that, yeah, we'll just play it by ear like always. It's disturbing. There's disturbing stuff out there. These people are going to pay. They're all going to pay. That's all there is to it. These sick people. We're getting into an interesting stretch of things, and I think Captain Kyle and Bosi were talking about that. The coming months and the arrests that will come and the chaos we'll see, and I assume the country bankrupting itself. It should be an interesting few months. We'll see, guys and gals. Thank you for being here tonight, and sorry we were on a little late. I'll give you a reason to sleep in tomorrow. I love you guys so much and appreciate you guys. I need to get my new camera up here somehow. I just don't know what to mount it on. No, I haven't felt great all day. I've just felt kind of nauseous and it's kind of lightheaded all day, basically. I don't know why, but that's the situation. And earlier I sat down and I fell asleep for a little while, and it got me going late on everything. So yes, pray for everybody that needs it. Pray for Mark Cook. Pray for these children. Pray for our country. Yeah, we'll talk more tomorrow. I love you guys. God bless you. I'm out of here.
home. I've been so alone, you see. You just can't believe the joy I did receive when I finally got my leave and I was going home. Oh, I flew through the sky, my convictions could not lie. For my country I would die, and I will see it soon. I want to see my family, my wife and child waiting for me. Got to go home, I've been so alone, you see. When I walked through the door, my wife, she lay on the floor, and with tears her eyes were sore, I did not know why. Then I looked into her hand, and I saw the telegram, said that I was a brave, brave man, but that I was dead. I want to see my family, my wife and child waiting for me. I've got to go home. I've been so alone, you see. I want to see my family.